Hello, and good morning, or afternoon, or night. Hope everybody is having a fantastic day. Uh, I quite literally spilled my drink as soon as the press start streaming, so I was, dealing with that for a bit. And indeed, Wick, I have wanted to stream more, since I've been on vacation, but, my, brain fails to think of words now. No, but in all seriousness, I really want to see if we can finish off, the Xing of Deuses in the next couple of days here. And if we get, depending on how far we get today, I might just make the hard announcement that we're finishing the game Hell or High Water the next day, and, we'll do another long play vote, and I'll put up a list of games. I don't remember what we, honestly don't remember what we had last time. I think it was Alan Wake, this. I didn't put up Oblivion. You know? No, I think I put Silent Hill 1. It was like this, Alan Wake, Silent Hill 1, and we'll pretend it was, I don't know, Hello Kitty Island Adventure and some other game it sounds like I would stream. But, yeah. With or without 6, okay. It would come without. I still hold to my heartfelt plea that I tried to install Everybody Has a Prettier Body mod because the people look ugly and I installed the wrong version. Until one of you invents a psychoscope to determine the efficacy of that statement, that's what we gotta go with. Now what is our mission with blue people right now?
Alright, keep your eyes open. What the?
Well, could have gone worse. And he's still alive!
Put that away. Unless you're gonna finish me off.
Oh, he doesn't like the fact that we have a taser drawn. Okay.
Jensen? Oh, Christ.
Brent Radford.
In the flesh. For now.
How do you know my name? What happened here?
Answers for favors. There's a trauma kit I keep somewhere around here. Find it.
You need a doctor. I'll get help.
No time. They could be back any minute. Find the kit quickly if you want answers.
3 Alpha, 1 Omega.
I ain't talking without something.
Alright,
I'll be
fine.
back.
Did you find the kit? Oh, sweet Jesus. The pain. Morphine.
This should help with the pain. Now tell me what's going on.
Those sons of bitches. I should have seen it coming. I knew from the moment Sarif got spooked that this case would come back and bite me in the ass.
Sarif. So you're the investigator he hired to run a background check on me?
Detective. Or I was. Until... Christ, fuck it. It hurts enough just trying to breathe. Point is, the goons that did this to me, professionals. I think your boss pissed off the wrong people, trying to dig up your dirt.
What people? What did you find?
No time to go into details. My storage unit. The sons of bitches. They're headed there now. Sarif had me uncover a ton of shit on you. Stuff even you don't know. Your parents, your real parents. The tests, the fire. What are you, Jensen? Some kind of freak?
Focus, Radford.
I mothballed the case in storage. It's in an alley. Behind the bank. Your files are there. But Michelle knows more. You need to stop them.
Hello, Proto. I don't know. How is Future Life? Future Life is pretty pog. I have, carbonated water, otherwise known as sparkling water, and there are no imminent disasters, IRL. So, pog. I wish I had a word to rhyme with pog, but it's pretty good. I hope you're having a good one in your time zone. And indeed, we have Orphanarium powers, Wick.
Fuck you, robot. This is all your fault. Give me another shot. Morphine. Or go fuck yourself.
Focus, Radford.
That hit the spot. I think I could get used to this stuff. Hey, I'm feeling a little more talkative.
Howard Hughes got a little too used to it.
Robot.
Alright, do we want details or about? No, about.
You mentioned someone named Michelle. Who's Michelle?
Your guardian angel.
Who is she?
Tell me, do robots even believe in angels? Or did they take that out of you? Did they take that away? You know, your soul, when they built you? Tell me, what was it like when you died, Jensen?
I know you're in a lot of pain, and the morphine is...
Just find her before they do. You owe her that much.
Who did this to you?
Guys in suits. One of them, David or Daniel, something like that, British accent. He was in charge. Talked about a Mr. Gray. They were in a hurry. 4 of them. Not counting the one they left behind. Well-armed, disciplined. I didn't stand a chance. Maybe that metal corpse you call a body will do better than mine did.
What were they looking for?
You, robot. They wanted my information on you. Someone powerful has their eyes on you and is very interested in your past.
Why did Sarif stop the investigation? You said he was spooked. What spooked him?
You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Hell, even I don't. I still don't believe it. You believe in ghosts, Jensen?
Sarif was spooked by ghosts.
Close enough. Illuminati. Conspiracies, theories, it's all bullshit. But you stink of it, Jensen. Enough to have your boss, one of the most powerful men in the world, look away. You're a ghost. A fucking tragedy. Everything you touch, everything that touches you, dies.
Radford, I know you're in a lot of pain, but it's important you give me as many details as you can.
There's a storage unit in the alley, next to the bank, near the police department. That's where the suits are headed. I tried. Didn't give them anything. There's a safe. It has what you want. It'll get you to her. It'll lead you to her. To Michelle. The safe. They don't have the right combination. 4062. Remember.
I'm leaving, but I'll call in an turbulence. You'll be okay.
No. Those fucking animals. I can't move anything. I was turning around, pulling my gun when the first bullet hit me. The second one, they fucking paralyzed me.
I'm sure it's not as bad as you think. It might be a reaction to the morphine.
I know what morphine does. I also know what a 9mm round fired at less than 10 meters does to the thoracic vertebrae on impact.
You need a doctor. They can fix that.
I ain't turning into no freak. Even if I could afford the surgery, the augments, I'd rather die than be half a machine. And I sure as hell ain't gonna live the rest of my life in a wheelchair, shitting in a goddamn diaper.
Radford.
Listen, I know there's still a few more morphine shots. Another 2 should do the trick. Please, this is as close as I'm gonna get to begging you. Don't leave me like this. You owe me that much.
Why do you hate augmentation so much?
Because it ain't right. You can't go changing the way things are. You can't replace the real thing with an imitation. It ain't right. It ain't natural.
It can save your life.
No, you lose more than what gets left behind on the chopping block. You should know this by now.
Now, at the very beginning, I said that we're not playing edgy Jensen. So, a Jensen who isn't horrifically edgy, would he criticize him for this? Or empathize? Well, I mean, it's to hide his eyes, Wick, so you don't know his eyes are... He's got dead eyes, like a doll's eyes. Or however the hell that quote goes. We'll go facts and logic, Jensen.
Neither is suicide.
Don't you fucking judge me, robot. You don't know what I've been through. Come on, this should be easy for you. I know Sarif didn't put blades in those arms just so you could trim the hedges.
I don't think you really want to die, Radford. I think you're just scared. I was scared too. I didn't ask for any of this, just like you didn't ask for a bullet in the gut. But you can't blame me, or Sarif, or technology for what's happening here.
I wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for you and your damn past. I never should have taken the job, but I needed the work, the money. Even if I wanted to, I can't afford the fucking augmentation surgery. And I can't live like a cripple for the rest of my life.
Living through adversity is what makes us human. It's not flesh and blood or even bone that defines us. I might be more machine than flesh, but I'm still alive. I'm still human.
You got heart for a robot. I'll give you that. Tell you what, I'll play along with this little after-school special you got going on here. I'll get through this, but not because of this lovey-dovey bullshit charade. I'll live for the truth, for revenge. Whoever hired those suits, I'm going after those sons of bitches. I don't care how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah. And Jensen, I don't know how bad you think your wounds were, but your boss, your friend Sarif, they butchered you. Went too far with the operation. You were an experiment, a test. But he's the one that made you a weapon. Almost makes me feel bad for you. Almost. son of a bitch.
So, I'm wondering... Good morning, Marvin. I mean, isn't truly the most beautiful emotion spite? Or hate? Hate or spate? Hate or spate? That is words just spewing out of my mouth that I don't even know what to comprehend anymore. Goodness. Like, what was getting me throughout that entire conversation is I'm imagining this is another game that didn't involve robots, and basically, like, it's... That man had the energy of a character in a video game, just being like a couple words of dialogue, racial epithet, a couple words of dialogue, another racial epithet, and then yet more racial epithets. And I'm trying to think if I've ever... I blew up that wall last episode, or last timeline. I'm just trying to think if I've ever seen or played a video game that had that type of energy in it. Because, like... I don't even think, like... Oh god, have I played any games that have, like...
Pritchard, I located Radford. He was attacked by men in suits. Private security, Secret Service types. I'm going after them.
What about Radford? Did you get anything out of him?
He's in pretty bad shape. You need to call it in, get an ambulance to his apartment stat.
Got it. And Jensen, don't get yourself killed, okay?
Oh, Francis, I didn't know you cared.
Don't flatter yourself. I care about the security of this company. You getting yourself killed compromises that. So don't be stupid.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I think the only game that has ever had that type of energy that I've seen played or played myself is, like, Detroit Become Human, which is hilarious because that's also...
I know Mr. Gray is landing tonight. We're working on it, yeah.
I got a man down here.
is, like, dealing with those, like, themes of, like, what is it to be human? Which... That was a little funny. Yeah, Pritchard has had an arc of being, like, full tsundere to, like, Mr. Gray. Imperative, da-da-da-da-da. So he's coming from London. Itinerary is to Singapore, Singapore to Prague, Prague to London, London to Detroit. So assumedly, he's working for that Illuminati fest that's going on in Prague that we heard about preview. Oh, I didn't realize there was a guy in there. But yes, this episode, or this mission, is where we learn that our good friend Pritchard isn't just a massive cunt. He is, in fact, a tsundere. Which, I don't know if that's better or worse, all things considered. Because, like... Fire destroys White Helix Labs, Twisted Cedar, Michigan, PNN. At 0436 a.m. on July 18th, firefighters were called to White Helix Labs to fight an early morning blaze. By the time they arrived, the main building was already engulfed in flames. General Manager Mitchell Barris could not be reached for comment, but a pre-recorded message had been left on White Helix's toll-free line, stating that nobody is believed to have been hurt in the fire. That message was later removed when firefighters began pulling body after body from the wreckage. Recovery operations are currently ongoing, Fire Chief Minnie Hawkins told reporters, but also stated that the circumstances behind the blaze are very suspicious. White Helix Labs, a subsidiary of VersaLife, is a bioresearch firm studying childhood genetic disorders. The VersaLife we know is an Illuminati corporation because it's run by Bob Page, who's a really bad guy in the Deus Ex universe. I thought we picked something else up. No, what I'm trying to think, is it better? So there's like a matrix we have to consider here about tsunderes, where we have to Hero Cool, Planet Hack, Megan Reed, Rebecca Downey, Paternity Test. Samples nothing short of groundbreaking, got excited, already got it. Fractal Mathematics. Paternity Test, thanks, keep digging. Your subject, no, neither the parents or his birth parents. That surprised me. The mother is sterile according to old medical documents. Dad carries no common phenotypes either. Makes me sad as Jensen's only 2 years older than me. So I would put him 34 at the time of this game, I suppose. Radford, I strongly advise you not to. I've heard enough, and I'll have nothing to do with White Helix. The less I know, the better, and I would advise you to follow suit. In fact, consider your contractual obligations fulfilled. This investigation is over. I'll get in touch to rendering the payment. This is pretty interesting. I'm going to start digging around for some more info on this in my labs. Could be a big break in the case behind it. Wonder. Arthropide. Bouncing 5-year-old. That's when they pulled their Vanishing Act. And she used to work at White Helix. We're gonna get a message from Pritchard? No. Alright, we're gonna talk to the Meals on Wheels lady then. When am I going through my edgy phase? I am sad to say, Wick. I've already gone through my edgy phase. Or as close to a edgy phase as I think I'm ever going to. Technically, that would be high school, or like early college before I found or refound confidence in myself. You can kind of hear it in actually one of the clips on the channel. It is, from a Xenonaut stream about 14 years ago, 10 years ago. And if you can hear my tone of voice in that clip, it sounds like I want to die. Which is, great energy to have when you're streaming. Though I do suppose there is sincerity there, so that does get a point. But a c'est la vie, such is life. And I did not know that, Marvin. I always like seeing things like that or hearing things about that in regards to media. Like, I think the cutest example or the most egregious or funny example of that is, was it Dax? No. It was that weird thing in DS9. I forgot. I think the actor for Bashir was in relations with the actress for oh god, what is her name? Jadzia Dax is the Trill. Benjamin Sisko is Captain, or not Captain, then Captain. Um, Miles O'Brien was the engineer. Odo was the security chief. Bashir was the doctor. How come I can't remember her name? The Bajoran lady. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. I actually have to look this up. Alright, I brought great shame to myself. Bajoran DS9. That would be... Da, 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 da. Not Lita. Oh god, I should have just typed in the character from DS9. Not Kai Wen. Kira Nerys. Alright. I think the actress for Kira was in relations with Bashir's actor, or something like that, and she got pregnant during the filming of the show. And, you know, rather than, halting acting or changing actresses like shows normally do, because she wasn't in a long-term relationship at the beginning of the show, they decided to have a transporter accident, and she was carrying someone else's child, and it was one of the strangest Star Trek plot lines in the show, but you know what? It wasn't that bad. It actually was, I think, cute in the long run, but it was very silly to see.
My door open? Wait, you're not from Roland Mills. You're too handsome to be from Roland Mills.
No, I'm not. Mrs. Michelle Walters, is it? My name's Adam Jensen.
No, you much too old to be him. You must be from Roland Mills. And please, it's Miss Walters.
Brent Radford sent me. Do you remember him? He's a detective.
Yes, lovely gentleman. He still has my photos of Adam when he was a baby. Oh, could you be a dear and fetch them for me? I forgot who has them, though.
Are these the photographs?
Oh, yes. Thank you. I haven't seen Adam Jensen in such a long time. Forever, it seems. Such a happy baby.
Miss Walters, can you tell me about the boy in those photos?
The boy in those photos, Adam. Tragic, really, what happened to his parents. His real parents.
His real parents?
They died in that fire. Horrible, really. I was there. At least those other cribs were empty. I only had to save Adam.
Mrs. Walters, I really need you to focus. What are you talking about?
Why, I already told that nice detective all this already. About the experiments and the fire at White Helix Labs. We knew Adam was special. That's why his parents started the fire, so they didn't do the same thing to the next batch of babies.
So Adam's real parents were trying to protect him. But from what?
Why, from the conspiracy, of course. But I've said too much. Would you be a dear now and go fetch my dinner?
Miss Walters, please. I know it was a while ago, and remembering all the details might be hard, but do you think you can try and focus for a minute? What did you tell the detective?
Well, Mr. Radford and I spoke about many things. But don't you have meals to deliver? And where is my dinner?
I think she keeps asking for her dinner
Walters,
if
please.
I
I
don't.
know it was a while ago, and remembering all the details might be hard, but do you think you can try and focus for a minute? What did you tell the detective?
Well, Mr. Radford and I spoke about many, many things. But don't you have meals to deliver? And where is my dinner?
Where is my dinner? I do. I'm a sucker for old ladies in shows and media. It always makes me sad when bad things happen to them. As such, I'm actually kind of curious if we can get her dinner, but I already searched through her house, so I don't think that's there. And sadly, I don't have the patience to go through that 20
I'd love to hear
times.
more about the boy in those photographs.
Such a polite and handsome young man. It'll be my pleasure. The boy in the photo, Adam. Jensen was never really his last name, you know. We only gave that to him after the fire.
Fire?
At White Helix Lab. That's where Adam's real parents were. At least I think they were his parents. All those babies, the gene therapy they went through. But Adam, oh, Adam was special.
Special? How?
He survived what they did to those babies. He was one of a kind. Then, when we heard they were going to use him to inoculate the next batch of infants,
Wait, what were they doing to the babies?
wish I could remember. I was just part of a nursing staff. But Adam's parents, they started the fire. Yes, I remember that. They asked me to hide Adam. Then they started the fire. Poor things. They never got out in time.
So they started a fire at White Helix Labs. And you hid me.
No, not you, dear. Adam Jensen. Or at least I think that was his name. Well, I gave him to the Jensens to raise. They were a lovely couple.
Miss Walters, my Adam's real parents, who were they?
I'm sorry. What were we talking about? Oh, when are them Rolling Mills people gonna get here with my dinner?
Miss Walters, please. I know it was a while ago, and remembering all the details might be hard, but do you think you can try and focus for a minute? What did you tell the detective?
Well, Mr. Radford and I spoke about many, many things. But don't you have meals to deliver? And where is my dinner?
Thank you for your time, Miss Walters.
Oh, before I forget, if you see Adam, could you please give him this? It's for all the birthdays and Christmases I've missed. I've been saving them.
You've done enough for him, Mrs. Walters. I'm sure he'd want you to keep the money.
So nice of you. Like Mr. Radford and Adam. You know, they called him a genetic marvel. He was ahead of his time. They was hoping to tear out so much from his DNA, but we stopped him. Oh, yes, we did.
Can I get her dinner? They're like old lady food here. What would old lady food be? Sadly not.
Pritchard, I need you to assign a temporary security detail to an apartment on Brooklyn Court until I can figure out a more permanent solution. The woman's name is Walters, Michelle Walters.
Security detail? What the hell, Jensen? Who is this woman?
She's family, but she's vulnerable. I'll explain later. Just do this for me, please. And not a word to Sarif. Can I trust you on this, Pritchard?
Christ, Jensen. All right. I'll do it. But there better be a damn good reason for this.
There is. I'll fill you in next time I see you. But right now I need to get back to work.
Oh
And
no!
Pritchard, thanks.
Yeah.
This was the bad timeline. I didn't mean to kill. I didn't think I saved. Oh, I didn't mean mean to have this be the canon timeline. God damn it. Well, at least I only killed the hobo. This is why I shouldn't make decisions when I'm incredibly tired. But Marvin, I do agree with you. I am always very disheartened when, like, the quote-unquote call to adventure for a character is I have to find my real parents, when it's like a case of like your real parents. Oh, okay. Just nuke that. Yeah, that was an unmitigated disaster. Your call to adventure is that your parents aren't your real parents, and oh no, I was adopted, quote unquote. How terrible. I was adopted into a loving family. How terrible. I think, to be sincere, I do understand why people might have that kind of longing to know. But, at least in Adam's case here, he didn't know he was adopted until literally just now. So at least he isn't, like, going out of his way to, how do I say, look a gift horse in the mouth, so to speak. That's probably not the best way to phrase it. Yeah, what was it? At the beginning of Detroit 1, we see that there was a security breach due to an investigation that David Seraph is, like, responsible for, who is our boss. Which technically is the MacGuffin for this entire game existing, if we consider it. But... oh, wow. What is this? Alright, we're going back up here to deal with that.
How may I be of service?
But we learned that we had a different set of parentage at the same time Adam did. So I kind of get why they cast him in, I don't know if I want to say longingly sort of a way to figure out what's going on, or just kind of bewildered at the situation they're in. Because, like, I can't imagine how I would feel if, like, you have your parents, and you learn, like, in the course of, like, a murder investigation, like a quadruple homicide investigation, that your parents aren't your parents. And that is somehow pertinent to whatever the hell's going on. I think I would be a little shocked. Maybe not appalled, but just, like, shocked and very curious at what brought us there. Really have base.
Always
Got that sniper. That's fair. I think depending on what point in my life, I would probably be better myself. But I do think that very heavily depends on the quality of your own parent. So, like, if you had decent parents, growing up, I would imagine your response would be more normal or more expected out of a person. But I can fully imagine and sympathize with someone like who, let's say, you were abused physically as a child, like you got the crap beat out of you, a lot, and like you learned that you're adopted, and you're like, wow, okay, that's sure is great. Because I think that, to an extent, is a emotional kind of reaction to what, in the end, is kind of a Monty Hall problem. Because how do we express that again? Monty Hall problem, for those who aren't familiar, is the whole. It is a reference to a game show from the 50s or 60s, where you have 3 doors before you. You choose one, and you're shown what one of the other options is. Usually it's an inferior choice. And your choice is, do you stick with what you have or go towards your more...
Everything seems to be under control in the convention center.
And Taggart?
He's on stage now. His protection is deep. Only those with VIP passes can get by the guards.
We'll just stay here and make sure none of those hooligans try to sneak in the back door.
Hell yeah, accidental A-pose. Where the other examples are, like, you know, listening to that kind of dialogue made me lose my train of thought. But basically, you want, or you wish you had the choice, or you wish you had that alternative, no matter what that alternative might have been. Which goes with Monty Hall, where, you know, statistically speaking even, once you are shown that alternative choice, it is always more advantageous, or it's statistically more advantageous to take the other unknown to get a better result for your bet. What the hell is behind that door? And exactly, behind one door is becoming the child of Emperor Nero. The other one is a lion, and the other one is you get to go to Ben & Jerry's, or your Haagen-Dazs, or your insert local convenience chain of sandwiches. When I was doing physics, I got autistically fixated on it for like a month. The best way to do it is to do it with a deck of cards, and basically play out the problem to yourself with a deck of cards, or have someone who's patient or also autistic about math, and play it out as you would mathematically. You may get a better intuition for it. I think I got a bit better intuition for it than it is interesting to see it play out physically before you playing part of it, because like I agree, like mathematically it can make complete sense, but I am very, very against any explanation of any concept only involving only the mathematical portion. There always needs to be a physicality to it. But that's my bias. There's another... I'm always fascinated about the real world proofs or real world actual like physical representations of mathematical theorems or theories or what have you.
I probably don't agree with what Mr. Taggart has to say, but you can't deny that he's a powerful speaker.
That's good to hear. It's always nice to see media being represented in a good method.
Bill is really
But
changing the world for the better. Or changing it back to what it used to be. To before these people started poisoning their bodies. Or to use his words, their divine engines. See, I have no problem with...
I'm a bit tired of the fundamentalists today. Just a little bit, a little bit. You can only be called a clanker one so many times by a dying man before you get a little bit too grumpy. But it's like the...
I'm not here to tell you that augmentations will make the world a better place. I'm here to stand up for my rights.
Why is she doing a fucking salute?
Just can't subscribe to Taggart's Neanderthal opinion.
It's Elon Musk. Are these the fundamentalists throwing tomatoes at people in front of the abortion clinic? I just hate anyone who's an evangelical, any opinion. Usually annoying. But I need to finish my statement before I lose my mind. There's a theorem in mathematics. Okay, I guess I see where your point. Fair. But there's a theorem in mathematics that I believe is not the revolving table. Basically, we've all had a table that has not been on a perfectly even sort of kilter. So like if you're to provide a gentle force down on the table, it would lift one side or the other. Now, there's a mathematical theorem that there is an optimal point where if you rotate the table, that you will reach an equilibrium that the table no longer tilts, or the table will no longer wobble, which I find fascinating. I remember my Calculus 1 teacher going over it about 8 years ago, which is probably why I can't remember it. But what's nice is, like, seeing mathematics being used for good, rather than mathematics being used for string theory or some chicanery like that. I wanted to get into this guy's bluffing room before I talk to him, but apparently I have to talk to him before I do that. I guess it's a... achieve victory in conversation, and if you fail, you have to go to his, boudoir, whatever the hell you call it. Oh, or I could have been just looking around the wrong part of the building. I am legally allowed here. Am I allowed here?
Don't make any sudden moves, sir, especially around Mr. Taggart.
Alright, so that's probably where his place is. I still will do the social conflict with him. which is what we're building towards right now. But I kind of want to rob him first, as is my raison d'etre. Also, why are there tampons in the men's rush? Those are condoms! Second, is there a tampon dispenser in here? Oh, there's a comb dispenser in here. A comb and perfume dispenser in here. Okay. I don't know what... I don't know what the devs meant by this. What I hate about this is there is a bit of truth to this. I remember I was going to a barbecue place with Chica on New Year's Eve about 3 years ago now, or yeah, 3 years ago now, it sounds about right. And well, the barbecue place was next to a bar, or kind of a bar, or near a bar. All I remember is I went into the restroom of a bar, because I needed to wash my hands. And, in there was a, like, coin-operated dispenser of condoms. Always nice to see that we're practicing safe practices, in the world. Is that Taggart?
I saw that.
No, that's a security guard.
Turn this off, man. Why? Don't you just can't watch these cowards with masks throwing rocks. I believe in that.
It was really good barbecue too. I think it goes... There's probably like some proof out there, some fancy word that we can use. I actually said I wanted to rob him before I talk to him, so let me actually go do that. Where, like, there's probably some proportionality between how skeezy the place you're going into has better quality food. Which is fascinating when you think about it. I think intrinsically it makes sense. Human general resolution, 8440, human augmentation technologies, biopolitique. So that's just political meandering. Will this lock us out of talking to him? Because this is a very poorly encrypted computer.
Access granted.
Lay low.
Seraph, Sandoval's in Detroit. Hold up in some apartment building on Grand River Road. I'm heading there now.
Alright. But Adam, you think Taggart's involved?
There's no hard evidence yet to prove it.
Too bad. But you know there could be. If you upload that data recording you got in Montreal onto his computer.
You're asking me to frame him?
We could lose everything, Adam, given the mood out there. We may have to get our hands dirty to fix it. Why, you got a problem with that?
No problem at all.
Good. Seraph out.
So I think every single time I played this game, I have played explicitly principled and said, no, I'm not going to do that. But, no, I am going to do that because this guy's kind of an asshole. Oh, he's Mormon. Okay, that makes more. Because I was going to say, I'm not sure, like, what aspect of Christianity is, like, against... No, it's saved conversation. Is explicitly against something like human augmentation. Though I know the Mormons are a bit more fuddy-duddy with that. Hong Kong PI... Alright, how do I plant evidence on him? What do you mean by witnesses, Marvin? And I think in the Deus Ex universe, the United Nations is infinitely more effective. Oh, Jehovah's Witnesses. They're also incredibly weird. But you know what? There's certainly a thing that exists.
Access granted.
Yeah. But before I lose my train of thought again, where the brain rot takes me, the United Nations in the Deus Ex universe is about 1 billion% more effective than they are in real life, which is why they have,
never will condone these experiments. This company prides itself on maintaining a safe environment.
Oh, you know what?
Approach to research.
Let's not do that. What do we need to do? Leave? Inside Sandoval's apartment.
At all times, we invite critics and members of the UN to tour our facilities firsthand. They will find nothing but order, progress, and moral responsibility.
So, Jehovah's Witnesses don't even allow blood transfusions. That's a choice. I really need... This is something I've said for a while, but I really need to read, like, the various subsets of the Bible and whatnot. Like, going through, like... Torah... the New Testament... and the Quran to see, like, what the hell all these people are going on about. Because, like, I suppose I was raised, quote-unquote, I refuse to read the Book of Mormon. Well, not that I refuse, do we want to do social conflict with the man? Nah, I think we went cuck route. Yeah. I have been wanting to read a variety of books, but I have, due to just kind of low energy Wellington, have ended up just reading trash light novels, manga, manhwa, light novel, or web novels, and playing video games. Like right now,
Come on! Jensen? I almost didn't recognize you. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, what are the chances? Do you remember me? I was a rookie when you still rolled in SWAT.
Nikki, of course I remember you. How you been? The brass got you on ride control too?
Yeah, I am. Or I was until... Damn it. Look, something big is going down, and I'm kind of freaking out here. You remember that MCBer, Jacob White? You busted him a couple of times.
Yeah, I remember him. Assault and possession. He's still running rackets.
No, I mean, yeah, shit, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter, because he's moved on to bigger things.
Nikki, slow down.
Listen, hear me out. I just got word he has his hands on some real military-grade explosives. The prick's got a fucking bomb, Adam. And you know how much he hates the PD. He's going to hit us while we have our pants down with the riots. You gotta help us out here.
Nikki, I'm kind of busy. If he's got a bomb, just call it in and follow procedure.
What do you think I've been doing? I've been on the horn all night, and my CO already sent a patrol over to Jacob's house. We've got a warrant, so they searched the place, but nothing came up, not even Jacob. Now they're saying my CI is probably full of shit and just fucking with me. Bullshit! Jacob's using the riots as cover, and he's going to hit us, and hit us hard. Adam, I need you to trust me on this. You gotta help me find Jacob.
So why is it nobody trusts your source?
He used to run with White's old crew, but he's a 3-strike perk facing a dime on some damn parole violation. He's trying to cop a deal, so nobody trusts him. Thing is, I know he's reliable. He hasn't bullshitted me yet, and I don't think he's doing it now.
I have to admit, Nikki, I'm having a hard time believing White could come up with something like this. He can barely tie his own shoelaces without tripping all over himself.
That was then. This is now. After his last stint in Standish, he got bug-eyed crazy. Started talking about how the gang war and Derelict Row was all part of a government plot, and it's time he did something about it.
I remember him saying that augmented kid we took down last year was a cover-up.
Exactly! And he's been railing against Wayne Haas, the PD, and anyone else involved in that ever since. I'm telling you, Adam, he's been getting more and more violent. Now he's got explosives, and we've got a giant bullseye painted on our ass.
How did White even manage to get his hands on explosives?
My source says he got the bomb materials from some government stash out in Highland Park. It's all I know so far. But it all fits! He was last seen ranting at a rally about shattering the foundation of the hypocrisy or some bullshit like that. You know, quoting Che Guevara and talking about violent revolution.
Did he have the shirt, too?
What? Anyway, he practically named the date and time of this reckoning. And it's tonight. It has to be.
What is it exactly that you need me to do?
You mean you'll help me out? Really?
I didn't say that. Assuming I did agree to help, what would you need me to do exactly?
Oh. Well, based on Jacob's history and his new political agenda, I can almost guarantee he's going after cops. I've warned everyone working street detail and anyone else who'd listen to keep an eye out. But with half the force tied up with the protests and rioting, I can't get the manpower for a proper search. I need you to check a few spots my CI thinks Jacob could be at, and take care of the threat if you can. Even if you find nothing, great. It put my mind at ease, at least.
Fine, I'll help. Let's go over what we know. Just the facts.
What we know? Just the facts? What we know is he's certified batshit crazy, hates cops, quotes Che Guevara, and got his hands on military-grade explosives. What more do you need to know? Oh, Christ, man. I've got nobody to help me, and I can't even breathe. How am I supposed to find this guy? The bomb could be right under us, right now!
Nikki, you're a cop. Act like it. How are you gonna earn your stripes if you shit yourself under pressure like some wet-behind-the-ears rookie at the academy?
Fuck. You're right. Damn it. I'm sorry. I lost my head. I'm still in the game, Adam. It won't happen again. You can trust me on this.
Just focus, okay? We know that White hates cops, so his first target is probably gonna be the precinct or somewhere nearby. Make sense?
Yeah, and he wouldn't risk hanging around the bank or transit station. They've got those security cameras with facial recognition software, and the precinct is shut down thanks to the internal affairs investigation. That leaves the precinct alleys and sewers as the most probable places to find White. I'm going to get on the horn and update my CO. Can you check those two locations? And Jensen, be careful. White may have left booby traps lying around. He's like that, now that I think about it.
No problem. Anything else you can give me?
I don't know. You remember what White looks like, right? Tall, Caucasian, skinhead? He's not the quietest guy, so you'll probably hear him before you see him.
Yeah, a real philosopher king. I remember.
Yeah, so if you just keep your eyes and ears open, I'm sure you'll find him. Also, I heard he's had some major augmentation work done. I'd be extra careful around him. I think the White we used to know has been replaced with something much worse.
Got it.
I know it's a long shot, but I'm hoping we get backup to expand the search. In the meantime, we can check those areas, and who knows, maybe we'll catch a break. Oh, and Jensen, please don't turn him into a martyr. I'd prefer him breathing.
Hello, Rusty. We're having a good day. And we had to hit him with that Sigma male grind set energy. I can't say that with a straight face. Regarding the Quran, I've heard so many things about the Quran and how Muhammad is portrayed in it. And as with many things, I've gotten to the point where, like, okay, I need to read this for myself to see what the hell, like, how much of this is people just being uncharitable or overly charitable to a thing, or what have you. And also, it's interesting to look at it from the perspective of the little brother portion of the Abrahamic religions, to see how much of it might be informed through that kind of lens. I think if we wanted to torture that analogy, we probably could figure out some ways to do it. I'd need time to think and probably be playing Europa Universalis 4 to do that, but regarding the Bible, I think NRSV is what I had been recommended before. I have some folks in my life that are more on the theological side, and they've recommended that one due to the fact that it's more true to form than not. And, like...
It's just embarrassing, really. Like anyone can walk into the precinct and take whatever they want.
Hey, anybody ever tell you it's rude to eavesdrop?
Did we take this to eavesdrop?
If we detect even the slightest suspicious fluctuation in signal, we have to shut you down. The World Order and their team of expert hackers could be trying to track us. And that's why we have to create a covert host site for every new stream and then shut it down immediately once the call's over. I'm sitting here, just me and my techie Steve in a sweaty, clammy, claustrophobic van, tossing digipads out in the trash left and right in order to bring you this show via satellite. But I'm good with it. I'm good with it because I understand the reality of living in a slave state. You can bet they'll keep trying to shut us down, but I won't stop, followers. I will not stop until there is a full-scale revolt in progress. You hear what I'm saying, people? You okay, Steve? Good.
I regret not spending more time to listen to the Alex Jones in-game parallel here to see what kind of crack he's on. But oh no, it's weird regarding the really, he was that dumb? Oh no, he wasn't. Interesting. I'm very badly hurt. I don't know, for me, what I find fascinating about that, other than the underpinning, fundamental underpinnings of it, is, like, I'm allegedly raised to believe a certain religion thing, but not given any of the sort of things that you would normally do with it, like not going to church or anything like that. And it's like not, there's like no care to it, so it's like given, there's like not even, it's like, what is even the point to pretend you're a thing if it is nothing more than like a negative level of lip service. And who was very dumb? I thought this guy was very dumb because the way that the objectives completed, I thought that I had accidentally set off a mine that ended up killing this man, which would have been absolutely hilarious. But I need to turn off his security stuff. Okay. Oh god. No. It's another in a series of things that I have slowly considered over life that baffle me. Like, for similar reasons, I plan on reading, the Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto. Because, like, I don't fully understand what is it? Just read the manifesto and let Das Kapital gather dust. Yeah, but, like, technically... But the thing, Marvin, I'm technically, like, economics trained. And, like, when I was going through my history of economics class, like, there was a point made that technically, like, Karl Marx is the greatest classical economist from a certain perspective. The problem with that is like, classical economics is proven to be insufficient.
Show yourself. Your end is nigh.
Though I don't know how much I agree with that, given the fact that I haven't read it, and I'm sure I'll agree. I have yeah, in high school, when we were going on about World War II, I was stuck outside of the home very often, and while I was at the local bookstore, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try and read Mein Kampf. And I gave up after the first paragraph, because that is probably the worst written book I have ever had the mispleasure of reading.
Access granted.
Which is baffling, given the fact that people still think Hitler's a smart guy. I don't know how much of that, though, is due to translating German into English and none of the translators giving a appropriate thing. I refuse to read Ayn Rand for pretty much the similar reason, because that one I do understand. And I think we talked about this last stream, actually. If I wanted to read fan fiction, self-insert fan fiction, I would go into Archive of My Own, or I would read an Archive of My Own, like I did when I was, like, 14. Because at least there'll be some smut in it as well, which is all you care about when you're 13, or what have you. Though I say that, but now I'm afraid that there's actually some licentious material in Ayn Rand self-insert, and that worries me very intensely. Yeah, I would figure it would be a massive pain to read. Everything I've heard about Senor Marx has kind of given off the energy that would be a very meandering and excessive work, so to speak. And what wouldn't you be surprised by, Wick? The fact that I was reading fanfics when I was at the tender age of like 13, or yeah, I was afraid it was that one. Well, I mean, aren't there like diddling scenes in like Atlas Shrugged? Why am I saying diddling scenes? Aren't there like romance segments in Atlas Shrugged or what have you? Because like I feel like that's a whole to do. Okay, why did it have to be rapey? I mean, we can go into the TV tropes. Or I can look at the TV tropes. Atlas Shrugged. Atlas Shrugged literature. What is on here? Action Girl, Area Canyon Chase. Okay, what if I just control F sex? Crazy Jealous Guy. Hank Reardon flips out when he finds out Dagny slept with Francisco Daconia years before the former had ever met her. The scene ends with Reardon and Dagny having the greatest sex they've ever had. You know what, this is actually what's here. I'm reading this bit for bit. Okay. What's next? Good Bad Girl. I am not reading that. I'm not reading something that has 4 instances of sex in the in a paragraph. The golden rule, as rewarding parasitic behavior justifies sex as a moral triumph, promotes the position that productive members of society should be distinguished by their own spouses and children, if not productive, regardless of their non-finance. Okay, I'm not reading that. Hello, Vummer, and no, it is not a good look. I think we have proven the point. And you know, you can read the chat how we got here, Bummer. It's all right there. We were talking about fanfic and whether or not Ayn Rand engaged in fanfic. And you know, the last time, I don't know how we get into Ayn Rand 2 streams in a row. That actually I do find a bit concerning. Kaladin, I believe, had mentioned, or Death had mentioned, that Dagny is a self-insert character. So we arrive at the point that Atlas Shrugged is in the same genre of psychic energy that 50 Shades of Grey is. They are in the same category of literary works. So.
You sure you closed the door? Yeah. Of course I did. What do you think I am? An idiot? You're not gonna make me answer that, are you?
I mean, anything that has more Gandalf in it is pretty good. The thing is, I don't think Mein Kampf is fanfiction, though. I actually... Technically, I don't know what's in Mein Kampf, really, other than that Hitler hates Jewish people. I don't know how to classify it, so I'm going to just slide on past that one. Which Gandalf, though? I don't know. Ooh. Oh, it's his brother.
Show yourself. You know I'm going to find you.
I thought that was a member of Bell Tower and not Seraph Security. I probably should have noticed the pressure plate. New safe. Hello, brother. Had the old safe placed. Poor design. Didn't trust it. Especially in this area. Don't be... What in the world is going on here? Do I just invest a Pax's kit in blowing up wall? I think I do. It's been so long since I've watched Lord of the Rings.
Pritchard, looks like Sandoval's got a secret bunker. I'm gonna flush him out.
Let's hope he's still there.
That I don't know which Gandalf I would do. I mean, everybody loves Gandalf the Grey, right? So, like, obviously him.
I heard that.
Or Grant Gandalf. Is it Gandalf? Is it Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White that said "Fly, you fools"? I feel that's a Gandalf the Grey line. I think the other guy just died. Which is kind of unfortunate. Oh no, he's right there! I'm sure he'll be fine. I realize that now, but... Everybody loves Raymond, but it's Gandalf. God, I haven't seen Everybody Loves Raymond. Oh my god, I just realized Everybody Hates Chris is kind of making fun of Everybody Loves Raymond. Oh. Honestly, sitcoms are my weakest link when it comes to social zeitgeist knowledge of the 2 billionth century or 1990s or what have you. Marvin, I looked over and then I looked back to chat. And I saw Gandalf well endowed, and I had to pause mentally. I had to very aggressively pause mentally. Because I thought I had misread that. Because we all know I very, very often misread or misconstrue what people say. But for once, I can say, what the fuck are you talking about, Jesse? But now I can also jump off of this. I mean... I don't think we want... I think we're just talking about, like, the Lord of the Rings pornography spinoff. Which probably still would be in New Zealand because it's still cheaper to film there. And people are enamored with the talls. So it would logically make sense. But I don't know how prepared... You know what? You got me twice in literally 5 minutes. I don't actually know, but apparently people like making pictures of Gandalf with big tits for some reason. I am not Googling Gandalf big tits on stream. Nor do I think I'm just going to Google that in general. Gandalf big naturals. I did further clarify, Vummer. No, you can tell when I am Googling something on or off of stream. You know what, just kill me. Because whenever I tab out, you notice the game kind of unnaturally freezes like that, and good god, I'm back on the Ayn Rand thing. Let's turn off this tab. Alright, back to the Bajoran Alpha, Memory Alpha, or whatever the hell. The fight with Welly to Google it must be nuclear. I mean, normally what I would do is I would look it up on my phone, just in case. Did I say it nuclear? Nuclear? You know, I will say, I'll pronounce it however the damn well I wish. But also, you shouldn't be too surprised given the aggressive slurring of speech that I have been having, as of late. Like, where I am dropping the hard parts of sentences, for no other reason other than what I am suspecting my own mental decline. But that's a 20 years from now Welly problem. Actual literal brain rot. Yeah? Irreverent, aggressively slurring Wellington. Unfortunately, like, the only thing I can have energy-wise is just, like, drop into a Joe Biden accent, which is sad. Can't think of any other person that, like, I can do an accent of that slurs very aggressively. That is not a racial epithet slur. To be explicit, no racial epithet slurring is not what we're referring to here.
This is why I urge every member of my staff, every man and woman dedicated to the true mission of the Humanity Front, to do the same. Isaias, if you're watching this, I beg you, do not allow misplaced anger to destroy everything we have struggled to achieve.
It's over. He knows I can't come back from that.
Everybody knows, Sandoval. You can't hide from what you've done.
What I've done, Mr. Jensen. I spent years patching people back together from augmentation botch jobs and systemic organ rejection brought on by implants. And now, because of Bill's betrayal, I'll never practice medicine again.
You really want to help someone? Tell me where Sarif's scientists are.
I wish I could, Mr. Jensen, but my involvement ended right after I failed to remove their GPLs.
You failed?
Turns out, my surgical skills weren't good enough to bypass David Sarif's insurance policy. So for all I know, those little implants are broadcasting right now, on a frequency so low your network specialist wouldn't think to look for it.
You changed the frequencies.
You have your answers, Mr. Jensen. And I've lost all of mine. The courts may think I have much to atone for, but my court will be a higher one.
How about I take that gun with me when I go?
You got everything you came for. Please, just leave.
Believe it or not, I'd rather you didn't kill yourself.
That's because you have no idea what tortures I've endured. The guilt, the shame. I was told the scientists would be used to find a peaceful solution to the augmentation crisis. Instead, I was involved in kidnapping and murder. My life ended that night. It's time for me to go.
Think about it. Are you really in such a hurry to face that higher court of yours?
Oh no, he's a Sigma!
There are no lies before God. Did you see that abominable press conference? William Taggart all but accused me of terrorism. He claimed that all the violence committed in the name of our cause was the result of my influence.
So stay alive long enough to tell him your side of the story.
He already knows it isn't true. I trusted that man. For years I gave him loyal service, and he betrayed me. He sacrificed my freedom and good name to save the reputation of his organization. It's no use fighting him. He'll just spin it again. At least if I die, he'll never be able to use me again.
I think this guy's killing himself today against my best.
Give it up, Mr. Jensen.
Best attempts. And I did it again. I said best.
Look, I understand your situation better than you think.
Apparently I need to go through the King's
because I
speech.
couldn't stand what the people in charge were doing to it. But they went to the press and told them I'd been the problem the whole time. Power always sacrifices its subordinates to save itself. But you have my word. You can get through this.
I appreciate your faith in me, Mr. Jensen. And remembering that others have gone through similar events can be helpful. But is it enough? Early on, I decided my life's purpose was to help people. But I failed as a doctor. Because by the time I see augmentation patients, it's too late. So I went to Humanity Front. And that wasn't improving anyone either. I was an idiot to think this would turn out differently from everything else I've tried.
You've got to be kidding me. You can do anything you put your mind to. You've earned yourself a doctorate. You became second in command to one of the most powerful men in the country. And you still kept trying harder. You've got more spirit than most people who think they're successful.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I never thought of it that way. How did it come to this? People died in that kidnapping, and I helped plan it. I might as well have killed those people myself. I can no longer look my wife in the eyes, and she's the person I love and trust more than anyone in this world. There's simply no place for me among humanity anymore.
Irrational, insecure, apathetic.
Give it up, Mr. Jensen.
I think it's inspire.
You think you're a failure, but you're not. You're just a man who doesn't understand.
Oh,
his
no,
own
not this
potential
one.
yet.
Not this one. It should have been
You can still
empathized.
channel your regrets into something positive. Be an example. Teach people why violence isn't the answer. You've suffered way too much to let all that experience go to waste.
I don't understand. We're enemies, but you want me to live. I deserve to die.
Go.
In fact, I welcome it. But you won't let me go that easily. You've assigned me a task I cannot refuse. Take the gun. You win.
Pritchard, get this. The GPLs are still transmitting. Sandoval switched them to a lower frequency.
Yeah, Pritchard. We can let you yap in a minute here. Sniper ammo. Pistol. Do we allow a grenade? Yeah, we'll drop that. We'll allow you the ammo.
Broadcasting anywhere in the world. I don't have the type of equipment we'll need to find them.
It's our only lead, Pritchard. You have to do something.
I know. Listen, the riot's still blocking the street entrance. Head back to your apartment and Malik will fly you over. Maybe by the time you get here, I'll have figured out something.
Alrighty.
United Nations Court. This is Eliza Cassan reporting to you live from Picus.
Regrettably, I don't remember what we were going on about mere moments ago. Or what's in this room. We were discussing my imminent cognitive decline. Slurring speech. Not that type of slurring. Do you want to remember? Well, I mean, you know, when I'm streaming Rusty, I want to make sure I have an appropriate through line for what's going on. It's, you know, kind of important to do. Gotta have some level of cohesion.
Access granted.
Because, like, believe it or not, when I am streaming, I do try to attempt to make what would be good content. Quote-unquote content. Something entertaining, something fun. It took me a fair few years to figure out what to do for Twitch, which is just rambling, which is something I enjoy. Well, I suppose we'll segue into this. I am trying to do more stuff when it comes to, like, content-y or content vein. And I realized that it is currently beyond me to figure out how to edit, like, a highlight video, or, like, something that would capture, like, the spirit of a stream series. Because I'm going through the Silent Hill 2 VODs to see what I can cut it down to from, like, 20 hours into a, I don't know, maybe a product of, like, an hour or so. In part for practice, and in part because I am trying to build up the entertainment part of my skill set, because it is a useful one to have in work in general. And who knows what the hell I'll be doing a decade from now. And
I really appreciate you helping us out, Adam, but we're running out of time. We gotta find White before he blows something up.
We're in the clear. I left White unconscious in the sewers under the precinct.
Thank God. The chief finally took me seriously and is sending some men to help out. We'll take it from here.
Great. Anything else?
Oh, and it isn't much, but take this. The cops have a Deadpool going. I don't like it, but you take down a cop killer and you get a bounty, that sort of thing. I usually reserve this to pay off our CIs, but I think you earned it. I threw in a little something extra for bringing him in alive. It's good to know you're still one of the good guys, Jensen.
By the way, Nikki, White's bomb wasn't even explosive. It was a gas bomb. I managed to disable it, but you might want to get a disposal team down there to do a proper sweep and clean.
Ah, shit! I totally forgot about that. I'll get EOD on it right away. Last thing we need are more casualties. Man, I'm sure glad I bumped into you tonight. You're gonna have to let me buy you a pint down at Maggie's sometime. If I hang around you long enough, maybe some of that famous Jensen swagger will rub off on me.
Yeah, we'll do that sometime. Take care of yourself, Nikki.
Nora 92 to Central. Come in, Central. Over.
Nora 92.
this is Central. Over.
That code 10 I called in earlier. It's actually gas ordnance. We need EOD down there for cleanup. Stat. Tell first response to keep their hands off, and we should quarantine the block just to be sure. Over.
10-4, Nora 92. Thanks for the heads up. Stand by for updates. Central out.
Editing can definitely be problematic. Many years ago now, my first job out of high school, so technically my first W-2 job, W-2 being my first job I reported taxes for, was a job at the State of California Department of Education, recording audiobooks for blind children. This is in part why I have a voice as well apportioned and well managed as I do. Because I did actually do that professionally for a year or so, till I made the silly decision to focus entirely on school rather than making cash on the side. But alas, roll with your punches in life, such as massacring a poor field of innocent people, though the only one that was massacred was the hobo, who was a little kookaroo. But part of that was editing the audio, which I did a bit of, and I watched watch a gentleman who was effectively not our producer, but I guess would legally be our editor. Our producer was some lady who was a, what do you call them, bureaucrat for the department. Very nice. The gentleman who was our editor had been working for like Guitar Center for like a decade before he joined the state. It was interesting talking to him. But like going in manually by hand and editing down like mouth noises, so like traditional mouth noises, so like or like the weird kind of bit that can hang on to a P, where you get too puffy in a P, because we didn't have pop filters or anything fancy like that. Yeah, quite literally, it was just like a very like $40 headset thereabouts, and the, what do you call it, mixer into a audio onto the computer, which I think we used Audition to manage our stuff, so it wasn't so terribly bad. It's actually why I purchased the mixer that I'm plugged into right now to act as the interface for my microphone, because it does the job well enough, and it was like $100. Maybe someday I'll get something fancier.
Nice detective work, Jensen. You ready to return to HQ?
Yeah. Let's hope Pritchard's found that frequency.
You said it. Hey, I got a message for you, Jensen, from Pritchard. He says he's not in the office.
Great. So what exactly am I supposed to do?
I don't know. He said you should check in with the boss.
Meet Seraph in the penthouse. Hell yeah. I think we already cleared this area out. Yes, we did. We'll need Typhoon ammo. The memories of many years ago are flooding into me. Oh. What? But to segue a bit, what I found in her.
Them entire young all gathered around their TV screens watching Elijah's biased coverage and laughing at us.
Even if it was true that we were breeding a bunch of augmented soldiers and training them, what do they think stopping us from going home and throwing a bunch of rocks is gonna do?
Well, I guess they went to the UN to see how mad they are, so the delegates will do something about it.
We're just workers anyway. Whether the footage is real
Go to our office real quick, actually. Is like, I'm thinking about like what type of content do I like to consume as a base and what I value. I was talking with my flatmates about it a little bit the other day, and I was asked you just got given the code. Like they were asking why I don't do any stuff talking about like culture war stuff or what have you, and like trying to explain like finding that low. I don't even know how to. Well, if you look at it from the reason why they're asking that is they were looking at it from an explicitly lizard person business perspective. Because if we are going to be entirely candid, a lot of the big click, big view type of people focus on culture war or drama sort of aspect.
Seraph?
David's just stepped out for a moment, Mr. Jensen. But do come in. I've been hoping to meet you.
Mr. Darrow, I'm surprised you even know who I am.
David speaks very highly of you. He says that when it comes to detective work, you are like a dog with a bone. Have you found your scientist yet?
What else did David tell you?
Over the years, plenty. But today I'm here as a friend and fellow scientist. Things are getting quite turbulent out there, wouldn't you agree? So many people drunk on revolution, the United Nations being urged to intervene, and all because of the technology I created.
Things have come a long way since then.
Haven't they? And now my old friend David wants me to lead us to the Promised Land. He's asked me to invite members of the UN to Panchaea, to convince them we don't need industry regulation.
Your geoengineering project in the Arctic Ocean.
The installation couldn't have been built without the assistance of augmented workers. And when it's finished, my little hole in the ocean is going to stop global warming. A lovely photo op, wouldn't you say?
If it works.
You mean, if it doesn't kill us all?
Adam? You're back. Can I speak to you outside? Get to the helipad, son. You're going back to Hengsha Island. Frank tracked down one of the GPLs.
Only one? Is it?
Sevchenko's. But Adam, we had to call in a favor of the DOD to do it.
Meaning the conspirators probably know I'm coming.
You're Adam Jensen, right? The security chief here? Your men did a good job securing this building when the riot broke out. If anyone would have been able to breach the front door, we would have had to deal with them harshly, if you know what I mean. If anyone would have been able to breach the front door, we would have had to deal with them harshly, if you know what I mean.
So that will be explained in a later act of the game. You know what? I'm gonna say it now, because this I would presume is common in universe knowledge, and I don't know if I just missed a thing or not. But Hugh Darrow, the father of modern human augments, is effectively allergic to them. Something about his genetic makeup or what have you, or some MacGuffin, makes it he will experience like severe rejection symptoms if he is augmented. And as a result, like, he can't treat like a degenerative disease he has, which is why he's walking with the like hyper crutch, which is unfortunate. But he speaks from the heart about it later in the video game. But it is his misfortune. But yeah, it more or less led to click-maxing, I suppose, was that part of the argument. And, like, I more or less took the position of, like, because I think, the position they were taking is, like, for me, a big part of the humor that I do is outrage-based. And, or the bits that I do are outrage-based, or brain rot-based. And I think they were proposing, like, why don't you do some, like, drama video games that are just absolutely chaotic? Like, do the new Assassin's Creed. And I was talking about how it is unwise to get yourself into a niche, because that can lead to long-term despair for whatever the hell you're making. Like, I think most people who have done YouTube, Twitch professionally run into this and suffer for it. So, like, Jake, for example, I think, statistically speaking, suffered a viewership loss overall due to not streaming EU4, which doesn't matter because he doesn't care. And he has enough to live on. But another example is Isour Productions, whenever he tries to not do Hearts of Iron 4 product. Why am I calling it product? Streams. Or Bakoan 1. When he doesn't do Boy 4 stuff, his viewership is much lower. And, like, it comes to a point where a certain percentage of the viewership is only there for X content rather than, like, the streamer themselves. And, like, the people who I still find myself watching, 10 years on, mostly I find watching them for them. Like, I still watch Jake because I like watching Jake stuff. I watch Sips for a similar thing. Insert XYZ people. I mean, that does count, Marvin. That has technically locked me into a niche. If I want to get clicks, but the thing is, that is my natural state, to have a certain level of brain rot, where I am happy and enjoy getting into a random conversation about Ayn Rand using literature she's created to act as a means of delivery for her sexual fantasies, or what have you. I would say that's a brain rot segment, and, I find it fun, fascinating, whatnot. So, that would lock me into that, and I don't know where I'm going with this anymore. But yeah, and to cycle back to my actual point is, or my initial point is, like, it is unhealthy for a community to be focused on click maxing, so to speak, whether it be focusing on drama or drama or culture war stuff, for lack of a better term, because the audience it fosters, generally speaking, is only there for whatever validation they get, and like as soon as like you can never get out of that, so to speak. So like Hassan Abi, who is a prolific Twitch streamer for politics, can never get out of politics. A, because he's made himself very much a firebrand, given some of the unpleasant rhetoric he's had, and the fact that, like, you stain yourself with that persona. So, like, I can't imagine, like, anybody from, like, Pod Save America, which is a bunch of team members from, like, the Obama administration making a podcast, or what's a right-wing one so I can pick on them. Seth Rogen is a man who does Family Guy. On Hannity? I can't imagine Sean Hannity doing, like, I don't know, Among Us gameplay commentary. I would lose my absolute ish. But to get back to the game, after me rambling for a minute, I don't know, Proto. I don't know if exoskeletons actually exist in Deus Ex at this time, or I don't think the mod or the video game authors really thought about it. The fact that if we have this level of sophisticated tech, you can effectively have, like, the exosuits that the U.S. Army deployed in, like, or demonstrated in, like, 2014, but in a much more sophisticated package with the ability to actually actually have the ability to
Said we're heading back to Hangshaw?
Pritchard tracks Shevchenko's GPS signal. If he's alive, there's a chance the rest of them are too.
That's a pretty big leap, Jensen.
We've been making big leaps for a while now.
Whatever you say. You ready to get going?
Not like I have a choice.
No time like the present. Let's get going.
Then hop in.
Yeah, I would love to see Hugh Darrow in a mech suit. Someone yelling at him, a la Shinji's dad, to do so. And the reason why you say that, Rusty, that's just a version of Gap Moe. Seeing a 7...
Hangshaw traffic control just revoked our clearance. We're being rerouted to another part of the city.
I don't like that. I suppose you can't just ignore them.
Yeah, right. Chinese government. I've got to comply. Bravo Echo Echo 008, proceeding to designated coordinates. What the hell? We've got a SAM locked on our tail. Jensen, all systems are down. Hang on, we're going in hard. Jump, Jensen!
I guess technically, since we have Icarus...
We've got company.
I know, but the bird took some damage. Gonna need to patch it up before I can go.
I'll stay and cover you.
Negative! You need to get away from here and find Dr. Savchenko. I'll be fine.
He'll be a sitting duck.
Maybe, maybe not. But this is your best chance to slip by them unnoticed, and you know it.
Alright, not load. Honestly, yeah, it is an incredibly sturdy plane. Watching this and Prey 2014 has kind of given me a love affair with the idea of a very robust VTOL platform that can, you know, use the power of jet technology to fly about the air and do silly things like crash very aggressively in throughout the air. I will say I am doing this because our good friend Malik will die if we do nothing to help her in this time of great need, which would be bad because she's been a lovely character to us all throughout this game, and goodness gracious.
Malik, you hurt?
Just a scratch, spy boy. But I think... Hold it! I think you're on your own now.
Farida.
Give him hell for me.
Fuck. Alright.
Malik, we've got...
I gotta go faster. Yeah, no, she's been such a sweetheart to us throughout the entire game, and, like... Being the eternal optimist that Wellington is, I refuse hell or high water to let good people die in games. There's so much... This is part of the reason why I hate Cthulhu games. Not hate, but... I have a distaste for, like, the Cthulhu games, is because it always has, like, a terrible end to everything in there, and, like, you have, like, very evil people always winning, and, like, I don't know, having the psychic equivalent of, like, an Axis victory scenario might be neat once or twice, but, like, living in a world of depression all the time is just absolute misery. You always gotta fight for the good guy, or girl in this case. And technically do it while stealth as well. Ah, there you are. There we go.
The bird's fixed and I'm taking off. Now get on with the damned mission. And thanks, spy boy.
Anytime,
Though, I do think the reason why people fall afoul of, like, focusing on negative things or, like, you know, the horrible things in the news is because we're psychically, and I don't mean, like, psychologically predisposed to it. I think there were studies done millions of years ago now, where, like, you need, I think it's 5 or 7 instances of good news in order to recover from the kind of psychic energy, psychological impact of negative news, which I find fascinating, if not sad. But I don't know. Always nice to fight for good, or the good outcome of video games. It's the way I always try and play a gooder lad, or what have you. Maybe not a good person necessarily, but not, like, horrible people. Because, like, I think you see enough horrible stuff day to day to, justify the palate cleanse. Alright, but Farida saved. That has given me a excuse to talk about tech in the game again. So...
Jensen, I've been monitoring comm activity around Hengsha. Bell Tower's looking for you.
They would have just made you watch her die if you chose this outcome.
Forced us to make an emergency landing. Malik barely got away in time.
But they're supposed to be...
The good guys?
Just give them a wide berth, Jensen. If they recognize you, they'll shoot.
Alrighty. Actually feeling a lot better than I thought I would today. Yes. I murdered myself yesterday by, eating very poorly, which has left me with a great sense of ennui. So I thought I'd run out of steam about now, but...
You shouldn't be here. Get moving.
I will say I'm feeling very ducky right now, as the, 70-year-olds say. So I think, at the very least, we'll not power through, we'll...
Jensen, it's Pritchard. Have you been watching the news?
Been a bit busy, Francis.
Jensen, the World Health Organization is advising all augmented patients to check in with Lim. There's a problem with biochip technology.
The glitches I've been experiencing.
We've all had them. So far, I can't determine why.
You heading to a clinic?
I'm running a few more tests. But since I can't exactly run them on you, and we don't know when you'll be back, you might not want to wait. Up to you.
Adam Jensen does not believe in the WHO. He does not submit to United Nations authority. So we will not be getting the chip.
You're here for recall? There is problem with the peripheral nerve interface. We fixed with upgraded chip. You want it, yes?
I'll think about it.
Clinic is very busy, but if you want something else, we will service you. You're very welcome, sir.
Alright. So, what do we want to upgrade now? Hacking, analyze. This is of no value. Robot domination would probably be nice. Stealth enhancer. Cone of vision would probably be something I want, or the stealth upgrade is a definite yes. EMP shielding as well. We want to make our character more like a turtle, because, as with anything, as with any strategy game, the best opponent to fight or have is Turtle Hard.
Returning to tonight's biggest story, the World Health Organization today issued an unprecedented recall.
An opinion I acquired after playing Age of Empires 2 and making it only fighting against Turtle Hard because it's the funnest opponent. And is that what Lucky's doing in his Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, out of curiosity? I still need to finish Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3.
请不要再烦我。
So, well, I am...
Mr. Jensen, Hugh Darrow here. Please forgive this intrusion, but David assured me of your cooperation and discretion. I find myself in need of some assistance.
I'm listening.
A contact of mine, Meng Yao, is in Hengsha, waiting to fill you in. I'll upload her coordinates now.
顾至钟楼和山河会
慢呀。
中有开始，我一会儿再来。
Where is Lady? Lady is above. On the rooftop level. Okay, fair enough. I still need to catch up on a lot of Lucky VODs. I am not going to watch his Haunting Ground stuff yet, because I intend on playing Haunting Ground, and that's one of the games I want to be completely fresh on, so I can figure out whatever the hell's going on mid-game. Because that is one of the successor states to the Clock Tower Empire.
Mr. Jensen, right? Thank you for your time. I am Meng Yao, an associate of Mr. Darrow's. I'm in charge of one of his divisions here in Hengsha. You come highly recommended.
Really?
Your boss described you as a most precious asset. Apparently, you are very efficient and always get the job done. We could definitely use a man like you for this operation.
Let's hope his confidence is well placed then.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Mr. Darrow doesn't trust just anyone. We need you to help us stop a group of terrorists who are threatening the Panchaea project. It is not an easy task. Are you sure you are up to it?
Okay, I'll help out.
Excellent. Here's the situation. It has come to our attention that these terrorists possess highly classified proprietary information about Panchaea. We've been able to convince them to sell it to one of our agents, a man named Lo Fei. The meeting is supposed to take place near the Alice Garden Pods in the Daigong district.
And you want me to crash this meeting?
Actually, there will not be a meeting. We are sending you alone to ensure Mr. Fei's safety. The terrorists will not be expecting that, and will have the information with them on a data chip. You have to neutralize all of the sellers and retrieve the chip so you can bring it to me.
I don't get it. If Fei set up the meeting, why risk sending me in his stead? Why doesn't he or even some of your other agents drop in on the sellers and take the chip?
Because Mr. Darrow wants an absolute guarantee that there will be no casualties. We will not play by their rules. We want them arrested and questioned, then properly prosecuted and sentenced. This will require stealth and efficiency. That's why a man with your particular skills will be indispensable.
Anything else I need to know?
The sellers are expecting Mr. Fei and Mr. Fei alone. If they spot you, they will shoot on sight. Need I point out this might make your job a lot harder?
Story of my life.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. So, we need to talk to some goblins over this. And we'll do some renovations to Chinese infrastructure along the way. I'm sure the Politburo won't mind. That's the Qui-Gon district. Qui-Gon Jinn district? I am trying to consider what games might be of interest to add on to the list of things we want to do when Wellington has his head about it. I'm always trying to figure out the best ordering of video games.
You buy or sell. I do it all. Look at a computer.
Sell first. Go back to buy. Gas grenade. We'll buy that crap.
Come back anytime.
Because I'm always trying to figure out new things to add on the list, because we will run out of things to play one day. I think the first one... Oh god, I was literally looking at it the other day. I completely lost what I was thinking about. That's horrifying.
So rumor has it that Hugh Darrow is going to hold some sort of surprise UN summit in Panchaea.
Really? I wonder what he's gonna say.
All I know is the guys on top are going to be watching with keen interest.
That's an understatement if I've heard one. Can't seem so.
Back away, sir.
You know?
Hey, I know you. You're the one Bell Tower is looking for. I seen your picture.
You got the wrong guy.
What's it worth to you for me to think so? Be a simple thing for me to yell out. Maybe a few credits keep my mouth shut, huh?
How about I find some other way to keep it shut? Permanently.
That won't be necessary. I see now that you're much taller than the man they're looking for.
I thought you might see things that way. Now move it.
We do not capitulate.
Okay, leave me alone. I won't say a word to Bell Tower. I never saw you.
We do not capitulate the villains, and also because my train of thought has completely failed. I need to look at my... Alright, not Stardew Valley, not Alan Wake, those are already on the list. Kingdom Come Deliverance is already on the list. I found a new couple of weird games on the vein of kind of AI Apocalypse, I think. One was Face Miner, which is like in the vein of like 1990 software being used for questionable ends, so to speak. It looks neat. Yeah, I don't know if it will be weird. As a result, a direct result even,
This is your last one. Come out!
as a result of the Remedyverse, I have been very fascinated with the idea... You're having a bad time there, dude. Very fascinated about the games that kind of have a potential meta-narrative inside of the narrative.
Back off.
Because I don't know, I think the thought that can be put into a lot of these games is much more heartfelt than I would have... not even sure heartfelt's a good word. Much chiller than I possibly would have ever expected from it. Especially
Have you seen a heavily augmented white male?
reinforced after we played the first couple of hours of Alan Wake, and I am over the moon for when that eventually comes. Though I didn't realize they were going to make Alan as much of an asshole as they did. I've brought great shame upon my family line. I've brought great shame upon my family line. Alright, we'll make it mad dash for it to make sure we get there in time. I suppose another thing would be an oldie but a goodie is, Fable. Because something I would like to do more of is looking at the, video games of yore to see what positive and negative information can be extracted from them in regards to, like, with regards to, like, what they did poorly and what they did well. I'm afraid you're going to die. Chip. And let's go on. Because something I would like to do someday is to make my own video game. I want to say I came up with another idea outside of my Bomber Command game, but that would be a lie, because it is an idea I had many years ago. I have no idea how I would implement it. Basically, I want to see what you could do with a game where you have... I don't even know how to describe it. I'm not sure if meta progression is the appropriate thing or what have you, but a game in which it's set across like 2 weeks and you have kind of Mass Effect style or more involved kind of dialogue decisions that kind of shape a you know, maybe David Cage might be a better example of this, though I fear to say that given my feelings about Mr. Cage. But the important thing is, you basically follow a set of characters in a city, or, yeah, a city that is about to undergo a violent revolution. And, how do I get back up there? Basically, you play a vignette of these people's lives during 2 acts, let's say. The first act would be before whatever the inciting crisis is, and the second act would be in the, like, imagine the movie Downfall, and rather than, you know, the Hitler in the Fear bunker, you have...
Get that chip back, Mr. Jensen.
The Imperial Dynasty facing some cataclysmic
What kind of
crisis.
information are we talking about here? What could people be so eager to sell?
I am not at liberty to say.
Use a beta.
Any idea who these sellers are?
Nothing substantial. We have a hunch they might be linked to Taiyong Medical, but the data chip will allow us to know for sure.
How's that?
All of our data chips are encoded with unique IDs and binary signature recognition. This means we'll be able to know exactly where it came from and where it went.
You've been working for Darrow a long time? How do you like it?
Working for a powerful man ensures I am trusted with crucial tasks and involved in world-shaping events. It's quite exhilarating. You, of all people, should understand this.
I got the chip. The sellers are out cold.
Excellent work. Seems Mr. Darrow was right to trust you. We will send people to take care of the terrorists. Could I see the chip?
How about you tell me what's on it first?
Blackmail, Mr. Jensen? Don't waste your time. I won't tell you anything. Besides, there are stones better left unturned. Might as well just give me the chip and leave it at that.
Look, you're a powerful young woman. You're in a position that warrants your access to classified information. I understand that not everybody should get their hands on this, but unlike you, I work for a powerful man and I get entrusted with secret information on a daily basis. Plus, I'm the one who busted his ass getting this chip for you.
I guess your point is not entirely without merit. But understand, this information is extremely confidential. It concerns Panchaea, and more specifically, the Hiram Project.
Hiram Project. Never heard of it.
I'm not surprised. It is a well-guarded secret. But without it, Panchaea could not exist. Such an ambitious project. An installation extending all the way to the ocean floor. The pressure exerted against it is constantly shifting. Yet the slightest defect in structural integrity could bring it all down. That's why we needed something powerful and extremely efficient to monitor it, day and night.
You're saying the Hiram Project is some kind of advanced computer?
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
Thank you for your honesty. The information is safe with me, don't worry. Here's your data chip.
Ah, perfect. You don't know what this means, Mr. Jensen. Your help has been invaluable. Thank you. Even though this was a favor for Mr. Darrow, he believes you should be duly rewarded. Here is a payment in credits. I'm sure Mr. Darrow will wish to congratulate you himself. Expect to hear from him soon.
I wonder what the Hiram Project is. I'm sure it's nothing weird, champ.
It seems David has a flair for choosing his people, Mr. Jensen. You have done me a great service today.
Oh, glad I could help. Couldn't let information about something as sensitive as the Hiram Project get in the hands of the wrong people.
No, we couldn't. So, Meng Yao told you about the project, I see.
A little.
I'm afraid words can't do it justice. To fully comprehend the ramifications of what's been created in Panchaea, you'd have to see it for yourself. And who knows? Perhaps one day you will.
I wonder what that sweet old man has cooked up his sleeves. I'm sure it's perfectly pog. However, I think the idea of a game that does that could be neat. I don't know if it would be able to be executed well. Though I do suppose that would be on me to do so. But I don't know. I think it would technically be a visual novel. I don't want it to be maybe not a visual novel. I don't know. It would be a story thing, because technically, oh god. I guess Cage's cinematic experiences are just very, like, well-produced visual novels, aren't they? Huh. Well, basically, I want to do something that would have a,
It's a Kaitana thing.
No, no. Something that would show a vignette of life for a bunch of people. So like Baker, let's say the Prince of the Empire, down, and it would have a time loop mechanic. So basically, you could choose different choices for the characters to lock in what version of history you're playing. That can either tweak history to be more favorable or less favorable towards one faction or the other. What am I missing? Seeing that giant gap there worries me. I have a stun gun, silenced rifle. I guess everything's fine. Huh? Alright, I don't know if this will kill or knock out. They don't want to kill. Yeah, he's just, no, hog. Here we go. This is a lecture given by Zero. Today's retinal implants are designed to partially restore useful vision to people who've lost their sight due to regenerative eye conditions. The device consists of an electrode array that attaches to the eye's retina, a digital camera worn on the user's body, usually attached to a pair of glasses, and a transmitter and receiver that converts images to electrical impulses. These impulses are then transmitted by radio frequency to the electrode array. At the moment, there are two types of retinal implants available: epidermal implants and subretinal implants. The only difference between the two is what point the electrode arrays stimulate the cells. Attach the photoreceptors. Tech babble. In other words, today's retinal implants gave us a patient very limited vision. For a person who's going blind, this is a very good option for retaining some sense of vision. We at Darrow Industries intend to improve it. I suppose that's something I am curious about and more uncertain about is what is the state of play when it comes to modern day sort of retinal prostheses. Because I think I don't know if we figured out a way to deal with the issues with, talking, so to speak, with the central nervous system to communicate the data to the brain. Because if I am recalling correctly, we have... I remember seeing this a while ago. There's this weirdo that basically is claiming like they're the first cyborg or something equally inane. And like I remember they gave themselves like Borg eyes effectively. Which is a fascinating choice. Like, this is probably from like 7 years ago, 5 years ago that I saw the report on him. So I'm wondering how they're doing.
That's far enough, Guilo.
tongue.
You disappoint me, Jensen. I thought we were friends. Then my hacker goes missing. You break into my place of business, and you don't even have the manners to knock when you enter our room. A lot of bell tower heavies looking for you, and you reason I don't just turn you over.
Yeah, Vasily Sevchenko.
Never touch the stuff.
You're wearing his arm. GPL device inside it, let me straight to you.
Scavenged tech. Get you every time. Wrong woman, don't do that, you hear? Sorry to say, the man I got this from wasn't in a position to complain. Bell Tower gave us his corpse a few weeks ago.
Bell Tower? Not Tai Young?
Tai Young's not the one grabbing people off my streets and giving me choice args, so I close my eyes.
Sevchenko had 4 other scientists with him.
I'm not wearing any of them, so maybe they're still alive, and maybe I help you out with this.
Go on.
I've got a pretty good idea where Bell Tower's been dragging people. Problem is, bastard's got my son, and he gets a bullet if I step out of line. See where I'm going with this?
Where's he being held?
One of my harvester boys will tell you all about it. Meet him in the sewers near the Alice Garden pods. Then, when you free my boy, come back and we talk some more.
I can hardly wait.
Alright. I'd actually be able to blast through those. Ooh. Laser rifle! I don't know if that's good or bad. Go away. It's such a cool weapon. This is a wildly impractical weapon. I wonder if you can just do a little bit of damage at a time and be able to, like, exploit unlimited ammo. And we won't.
You find my boy Lawai. He's smart, but he's not a fighter. He's more a, how you say it, scrapper.
We will see about that later if we get into combat that we can survive. I suppose that is one difference between this and Dishonored, is the idea that this is much more in the vein of incentivizing you to not fight. Yeah, no, I have brain fog today, apparently. I completely memory hold whatever the hell I was just talking about, regrettably. So I will comment here. For those of you who are familiar with or played the original Triple OG Deus Ex, the sun that we are going to be saving now is the... I wonder if I'm immune to this since I have... Please don't tell me that crashed the game. Nope. I'm gonna take a hard save since the quick save seems to be giving the game a bit of a conniption fit. Oh, EMP shielding does protect you from just regular old electricity. That's amazing. Alright, I got my XP. The son we're rescuing is the super duper mafioso man in the original Deus Ex, who you encounter in Hong Kong, if I recall correctly. But that is a story that we will experience much greater in the future. For now, though, I'm really excited to get to the next portion of our playthrough here because I don't. I will say Hengsha 2 is the least memorable part for me in regards to playing through Deus Ex because I just don't remember what happens here, which is weird. Hengsha 1, very memorable. I love the Taeyong Medical Building bit of the game. I thought exploring through the warrens of a corrupt mega corporation very, very fun. Detroit 1, very classic. Detroit 2, very on brand because the city's rioting and it's horribly on fire. But I don't remember much about this segment of the game other than the fact that you save man's son. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can recall here other than that. Wait, no, I just remembered something, I think. I think I remembered what our second side quest is if we encounter the Barker we need to talk to for it.
You one of Tom's boys?
No. I just like hanging out in the sewers because they smell better than what I ate for breakfast. Any other stupid questions?
Not yet. But if I come up with one, I'll be sure to ask. Where's the kid?
We thought he was in the upper city, holed up nice and tight inside the bell tower compound. But as it turned out, the fox got nervous. Didn't like the look of Tong's flex stick, so they moved his son someplace safer.
What could be safer than inside bell tower headquarters?
You're about to find out, Migrant. They're holding him just around that corner in the basement of an old noodle factory. Won't be easy getting him out either, because the men guarding him aren't your typical bell tower police. These are warriors, specially trained, heavily augmented.
I have a feeling I may have met them before. If that's the case, you got an escape plan?
You are the escape plan, my friend. Didn't Tong tell you? If Bell Tower finds out anyone else is involved, things are going to get very ugly in Lower Hengsha.
So Tong's willing to risk his kid's life on one man's abilities?
Not necessarily. When you get to Tong's son, give him this. He'll know what to do with it. Now get going. Wouldn't want you to miss your next ride.
They're just handing these out like candy now. I will say, one thing that has kept me very distracted from streaming over the last 2 weeks, outside of the administrative things, is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which I think is the best Western RPG I have ever played. I really enjoyed the first one, but I didn't think they can do better than that. I goof this hard.
Access granted.
You know, it's in the vein of games that I would say you can see the kind of joy, so to speak, when devs make it. Remedy definitely has that type of aura about them. And Warhorse, I think, does a very similar job. Because, like, all the little things that come together that it's like you didn't have to put this here, or like giving you a compelling reason, or a reasonable-ish reason to kind of just take time, explore the game world, and just breathe it in. Like all little goofy side quests and stuff, along with the dialogue. I'm not sure if I would say that for the dialogue being amazing. It's goofy. And I can't deny that I'm not a sucker for goofy things.
I think it came from around here. See anything?
And well, no. I think I have been only seeing games that don't have a lot of heart in them, for lack of a better phrase. 'Cause alright, I think to do this, I'm gonna need to eat a can. Because, like, I think Kojima games have a lot of heart in them. Though I might be confusing Insanity for heart, which I suppose would be on brand for me. There is a similar kind of vibe with, like... I'm really trying to think of other devs. Because I can't say it for Paradox these days, because, like, everything seems a bit too sanitized. Even sanitized is a bad word. Oh, didn't mean to kill him, but I guess it doesn't matter, because we're not worrying about that right now. Sanitized or bare, I suppose, is what I'm going for. Because, like, while I love Vicky to death, it lacks a certain kind of spirit with it. We'll turn all y'all off. And then move on through. I think it's due to lack of variety when it comes to event or what have you. Why is there poop there? Why was there a candy bar on top of the poop? What if I knock you out? No, I can't knock you out.
You don't, kid.
So my mother keeps telling me, but you are neither bell tower nor Chinese. Am I to assume my honored father is covering his back by sending you in to spring me instead of his harvesters?
Wise assumption. Let's get out of here.
I don't think so. Last time I checked, Bell Tower had a lot of firepower out there. You may have been able to slip past them with ease, but I'm thinking it's safer in here. No offense, American.
None taken. I wasn't crazy about the odds myself, but when I questioned it, I was told to give you this.
Well, well. Way to go, father. This changes everything. Assuming they reassembled it correctly. You ready to go?
I'd feel a lot more confident about things if I knew what the device was and exactly what you intend to do with it.
You mean they didn't tell you? Not surprising, I suppose, given how much Father enjoys his little secrets. I assume you've noticed how his harvesters like to repurpose existing technology?
If you mean steal it from other people and sell it to new customers, then yeah, I noticed.
Not necessarily a practice I approve of, but not everything gets resold. Sometimes it is taken apart and reassembled into something more useful. A handheld version, for instance, that doesn't need to be implanted in the human body to work.
You're still not telling me what that thing is.
Easier if I just show you. So, shall we leave?
Tell me something first. How the hell was Bell Tower able to nab you?
Whatever do you mean?
Come on, kid. I may not be 100% up on the triads, but I'm betting your dad's not far from becoming a dragonhead. I find it highly unlikely that the local authorities could just waltz in and take off with his son.
Under normal circumstances, you would be right. But in this case, I'm the one who waltzed over to them.
You volunteered to be kidnapped? Why?
Let's just say, my father and I do not share the same love of augmentations. I find them dangerous and not something our family should be putting so much trust in. But father expects me to, how do you say it? Follow in his footprints? So a change of scenery is required.
I'm not following you.
Tong Si-hung would never willingly allow his only son to leave his side. I needed a way to convince him that I had to leave Hengsha immediately.
So you orchestrated the kidnapping. You're playing with fire, kid. By pitting the triads against Bell Tower, you've put the entire population of Lower Hengsha at risk.
That may be true. But you are here to rescue me, aren't you? So my plan seems to be working this far.
Right. And sometimes the more power you think you have, the more quickly it slips from your grasp.
I will try to remember that, American. Are you ready to go now?
Yeah, but stick close. Your father and I have some unfinished business to take care of, and it all goes to shit if I don't get you back to him in one piece.
Don't worry about that. I'll make sure father sticks to his promise. Maybe even get him to throw in a little extra. But as grateful as I am for your assistance, from here on in, it's every man for himself. See you later.
They just gave him a cloaking device. Alright. Oh, there's way too many people in there. No, I'm not dealing with that. Alright. Quick in and out, 10-minute adventure. No, I suppose with that turn of phrase. I wonder, are they making a new season of Rick and Morty, or have they given up? Because the last one, I feel, ended okay. The first 3 to 5 episodes, I think, were very kind of rough. And I'm not sure why that is. It wasn't because the voice actor's different. That was weird. But it was fine overall. I think it was fairly simple to get over it. It felt like the tone was weird. It also wasn't very memorable because I don't remember what they actually did in it. All I remember is this weird arc. With, I believe the character, I believe it was Mr. Poopy Butthole. Getting his groove back was like the first 3 or 4 episodes, which, I don't know, I think the way they went with it. 5 more seasons? Okay. We'll see if they get approved for Infinity long term. Because I presume that Rick and Morty makes some amount of, fair amount of boondollar. And by proxy, Warner Brothers, a bunch of cashola. I don't know. I'm curious where, like, animated...
Back away, sir. This is none of your business. Come out!
animated kind of media is going to go. Because, like, The Simpsons are always interesting. You know, seeing their perpetual climbs, falls, and then climbs again is usually a fun rodeo to go on. Rick and Morty is another one that is a bit sclerotic? Sclerotic? Not erotic, but, one of those. That I am curious how they intend on going long term. Especially where they are now. Because, like, I think The Simpsons have found a happy place where they can function in peace. I mean, they make fun of their own demise all the time, which, is always fun to see. Like, I think the season, what do you call them? Premiere. The most recent one was them pretending it was their series finale.
You have talent, Jensen. You ever need a job, you tell me. I'll hook you up.
I take it the kid made it back in one piece.
He says I owe you a weapon. I always repay my debts. With interest.
That's one debt paid. Now tell me what you know.
Bell Tower keeps 2 ships in port. They think nobody notices, but I keep an eye. Every couple of days, one of them loads up in the middle of the night and sails out.
Heading where?
A wise man doesn't ask. I just know the Heizen Su pulls out tonight. And where she make port, I bet you find your scientists.
That's a whole lot of maybe, Tong.
True. But maybe you lucky more times than I can count.
Bell Tower runs tight security. How do you expect me to get on their ship?
One of my boys will leave a package inside a locker for you in an equipment shed. You find it, we talk, and I tell you what to do next.
I'll be waiting with bated breath, I'm sure.
Alrighty. And he gave me a grenade launcher? I mean, we can't say no to a grenade launcher, even on a peaceful run. Laser rifle... You're an inferior weapon. No! We don't need the remote detonator anymore. Perfect. Alright. Peaceful run now? Or peaceful run now? Listen. It's fine.
Find that package we planted, because without it, you have no chance. It's in an equipment shed.
Though there is nothing that makes my heart go doki doki more than the idea of just firing out, like, volley after volley of, like, heavy sort of, grenade rounds. God, that's just me making me want to go back to Metal Gear Solid 5. Oh, actually, that is what I should put on the next long playlist. Remedy games, the Remedyverse. Maybe I'll just put Alan. No, I want to do the Remedyverse. Metal Gear Solid 1, Silent Hill 1. I think it's been enough time. I think I will add on Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. And... really? What do they want me to do with it? or what have you. So, to get back to Deus Ex, like, it's always interesting to see where media adaptations of the future always take things, right? The Deusiverse, or however we actually want to address them as, has like a very heavy obsession with like kind of like contemporary kind of conspiracy theory, right? Which I suppose is fair, all things considered, given the entire universe is given around conspiracy theory. I mean, Harvesters on the Moon, go for 0300. Okay. You know, as I said previously, this is totally a peaceful run. We are engaging in a peaceful run, you know. We've done nothing wrong, we will never do anything wrong, and we need to comport ourselves in that manner, because we're just an innocent lad. Oh, that's a gun. That'd be a perfect cutaway for Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, because I have died to that creature many times in Kata. See, you get it, Rusty. I'm just a chill guy. You know what? No. We have literal cloaking device. We will use the literal cloaking device.
You see anything?
Get where we need to go. My innocence...
Hear that? Were you asleep or something?
Well, this is what it is.
My innocence regained.
Leave off. It was nothing.
You're over there. Alright, perfect. Sorry. We've gotten to the point of a Wellington stream where I have lost my capability to hold two different trains of thought. So we are moving very dangerously close to me losing my mind. We will see how that goes. Or if I'm able to maintain. By 5. He got shot in the head. Alright. Well, at least we know where Nemesis is, no? You should be knocked out in a minute. Right. Where I was going earlier is we're living in the world of contemporary conspiracy theories, and like I really want to know what world would the universe of Deus Ex craft if like it was made in like contemporary, like made in modern days. So, like, not based off of, like... Because these are all, like, New World Order, or, like... You know, other than just generic New World Order thing, I don't know about 90s conspiracy theories. You can see how well-read I am when it comes to this stuff. Alright, let's just imagine this is all this entire universe happened because America faked the landing on the moon. The Soviet Union collapsed, not because of any institutional problems with the Soviet Union, but because Khrushchev, thought that, like, I don't know, he saw a hot piece of ass and would have, sacrificed the entirety of the proletariat, due to his licentious nature as a, very debonair model. You are not allowed. Actually, like, what's the most unhinged, like, conspiratorial way we can, like, classify the collapse of the Soviet Union? Or declare, this is why the Soviet Union collapsed. Gas grenade, I need 8. I only had 2.
I knew someone was here.
With or without beavers? No. We gotta pretend we live in the reality we actually live in. We can't shoehorn or shove beavers into every, like, fucking tiny crack we see. Otherwise we get into, R18 territory far too quick. And as we all know, I've said many a time that this is a Christian stream. They're very innocent people here. No swears at all. Just innocent boy stream. Probably shouldn't overstress that, because that's incredibly suspicious. However, like, I'm sure there's plenty of, like, nonsense. I have to stress that one, apparently. That the greatest literary minds of the Russian Federation has come up with over time in order to justify the collapse of the USSR, right?
Access granted.
Like, could it be... Well, okay, what do I know about Russia? Very kind of, like, perception-y. Very firm belief in, like, Grozny, so that weird kind of way to describe strength. Lenin was a mushroom was created about that time. I feel put upon now. I was hoping I could have one whole exciting misadventure, just like running my mouth for like 10 minutes. And once again, I am amazed by the ingenuity, creativity, and sheer terror that we as a species are capable of. You know, I would never have been able to come forward and come forth with the idea that Vladimir Lenin is a mushroom. Granted, I say this, but I think there is that one conspiracy theory in Ambanar in which, you know, it asserts that all the orc are mushroom people, though that might be Lord of the Rings, now that I think about it. And I have the feeling that I will be greatly disgraced if I confuse fantasy settings like that quite aggressively. Lenin was a mushroom. Like, I don't even know how we get there. Like, mushroom orcs or Warhammer? Okay, thank you, Baz. I misconstrued which fantasy insanity that I was propagating here. Okay, I think I'm able to work with that better. No, I can't. I'm still a little lost about that. I think I was supposed to receive a side quest about what to do with Mr. Khan here. On Russian television? Yeah, but that sounds as unhinged as, like, insinuating that Barack Obama is, like, a, the isekai character from... Like, he was isekai'd from, what fantasy world are we going to say Obama's from? Something milquetoast. The milquetoast fantasy world. Konosuba? No, he's not outrageous enough for that. Though, that is an interesting kind of thought experiment. Like, what kind of universe are we operating in where, we have, like, if we imagine, like, all the different, like, leaders of the world, if they were isekai'd, not as in they were brought from here to an isekai, but, like, they were reverse isekai'd, so they're actually originally from a fantasy setting, and then they found themselves on Earth. So, like, I don't know, like, Mao. Like, what kind of fantasy setting do we think Mao would originally be from? Or, you know, Gorgoth the Destroyer, the famous, king of Uzbekia in the year 2, as he fought against the Mongol hordes to conquer Area 11, because apparently Genghis Khan comes from Code Geass. Dude made no sense. Yeah. I really need to watch Nichijou. I heard it's quite a delight. But as we all know, I only watch trash. So I've kind of been dispossessed from doing such. We'll say it is refreshing playing this game and not really caring about the getting ghost 100% of the time. And in the spirit of that statement, I am going to do something incredibly dumb. That took a lot less work than I thought it was. Is Nichijou the one with the 3 anime girls that are, like... So there's, like, that one anime, it's like the daily life of high school boys. Is it, like, the anime girl equivalent of, like, the daily life of high school girls? Because I remember a colleague of mine showing a anime of a blonde lady, a blue-haired lady, and another lady. I completely biffed that entirely. And, like, I remember one of them getting their ass smacked so hard with, like, a fan they got sent to the shadow well? Oh. Sorry, Baz. We had a good 3 hours of me being coherent, and I have officially lost the sauce of the spice of life. and my normal floodgates of etiquette and sense have been cleared away for me to figure out what the hell I want to lather on about today, much to the chagrin of polite society. Coherency is overrated anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as we've seen evidence, you don't really need to be coherent to get along in life. You just need to speak confidently. God, what was it I was watching the other day? Right, I was watching Better Off Ted. And it is a lampooning of contemporary-ish corporate life, which is more accurate than I am happy to say. Maybe not the actual events of things, because I can't comment on that at all. I don't work for the Amazon secret division of creating animal soldiers. But what I can say is that it is...
You sure could teach my boys some tricks, Jensen.
Tong? How did you get this frequency?
Ancient Chinese secret. Now listen, you're going to plant that package in Administrator Wang's office. Put it on the bastard's desk and trigger it. Sound good?
Sounds like I'm doing you a favor. How does it help me?
The explosion should distract the guards. Then you hop in a cargo pod and off you go. But you only got one shot. No turning back once you trigger that thing, you get me?
I got you. Only set it if I'm ready to go.
Maybe there's nothing else I can do here. We'll take a hard save. Sadly, it is not the adventures of Father Ted after he became a father, or the son of Father Ted, which actually probably isn't correct, given the fact that I don't think Presbyterians or Anglicans or Danglicans can actually have child.
Shit!
Ancient Chinese secret indeed.
So that distraction wasn't just for me, was it, Tom? Richard, I'm going off the grid for a while. Not sure how long.
Why? What are you up to, Jensen?
Following a lead.
And where exactly is this lead taking you?
You there! Get that cargo, clear the fire! We're pulling out now! Load and secure those pods!
Answer me, Jensen. Where are you going?
Hell if I know, Pritchard. Hell if I know. Megan.
No Megan here, I'm afraid. Though I admit I'm curious who she might be. Who are you? And what are you doing on my ship?
Bell Tower keeps 2 ships in port. You're going to plant that package in Administrator Wang's office. cargo pod in our cargo. And where she may port, I bet you find your scientists.
You're the cruise director? Because I've got a complaint.
You think you're funny, do you? Well, let's see how funny you feel after Lieutenant Keitner gets through with you. Lieutenant?
It's useless to resist. This chair has a built-in EMP field generator. Your Augs are nothing but dead metal right now.
Is that so?
No doubt they will have reset to Factory Zero. You need a limb clinic.
You can't have it both ways, you know. You can't play the good cop when you've been playing the bad cop.
You think you're clever, don't you? But this ship is heading to a bell tower naval base, a military facility for the confinement and interrogation of unprivileged belligerents. And when we get there, we're going to take you apart.
You'll have to get me there first.
You're outnumbered and outgunned. I don't think it'll be a problem. Still, when they found you in that cargo container, you did manage to take out a number of highly trained men. Tell me something, Hotshot. Do you enjoy taking people's lives?
Not if I'm given the choice.
Oh, but you had a choice when you decided to blow up our port.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Like hell you don't. We may not know who you are yet, but Burke's running your profile as we speak. High-grade combat spec augmentations, built to be somewhat unnoticeable so you blend in with the civs. Someone spent an awful lot of money creating you.
Lucky me.
So I guess the real question is, are you a terrorist? Or some kind of corporate thief?
Would you be happier if I told you that I'm neither?
You have absolutely no idea of the shit you're in, do you? Rifleman Bank Station is a black site. It's off the grid. No one will come and rescue you. No one even knows where it is. You'll be dropped into a deep, dark hole and never see the light of day again. Stew on that for a while, tough guy. Commander Burke and I are returning to the base. Keep a close eye on him. You've secured his gear?
Yes, sir. Locked in one of the rooms upstairs, sir.
Good. Then you have your orders.
Pritchard. Are you there? Pritchard? Damn it.
Alrighty, so as you might have noticed, the game looks a little bit weird in terms of dialogue and stuff, and this is because this is the DLC to the game, in which it was not initially intended to be added to the base game, but they decided to on the director's cut.
I'm glad Burke and the LT are going back to the base. They both look ready to tear someone's head off, and not each other's for once.
Doesn't surprise me. I get the feeling this guy's not the talkative type. Probably can't even feel pain anymore with all that gear.
Maybe, but Burke doesn't fuck around. Neither do his boys. Once they get the prisoner in detention, he'll spill his guts. Spilled before.
I'm not sure about that. This one's not like our usual lawful belligerents. Did you hear how it went down when they found him? It took 8 guys. Plus I was upstairs and I
Access granted.
What about those augments?
Well, it's none of your business who he is. We just have to guard him until the transfer. And by the way, watch yourself. If you go and choke on unlawful belligerents like you just did in front of the wrong guy, you might join him in lockup. So shut up and keep watch.
Hell yeah. Alright, so I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the fact that Vladimir Lenin was considered by a mushroom, or to be considered a mushroom by like Russian conspiracy theorists, or maybe Western conspiracy theorists, I don't know. So I kind of want to get back to the idea of like isekaiing, or we're living in the dumping ground of an isekai for our world leaders. Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan probably could be a character from Berserk, I would say. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Like, it strikes me as a very grim, dark world, and, you know, we probably would like to, not like...
Searching next point. Got it.
Oh, fuck.
What's that?
This area's clean.
We would probably see that kind of energy in,
I don't like this. Someone's fooling around.
folks from there. Though, like, this is where I'm, like, having an Emperor's New Clothes moment here. Where I wish I did kind of know more anime than I currently did. Like, I am a hoe for when it comes to rom-coms, but it feels weird to say, like, I don't know, Stalin is from, like, Toradora, or, like, you know, it feels weird to say, make up something for Pol Pot, so I won't. Remember, never killed a man.
Fuck, I don't like this at all. Come on out! Come out! Fuck, no more! Suppression! Need a line of sight.
Come on.
Ready! Give me a position.
I'm not getting Ghost at all in this segment, am I? I can't even drag him in there either.
Don't make me!
Yeah, this current arc of the playthrough is the Jurassic Park Melodica edition. Which isn't my proudest moment, I will say, but you know, it's a moment. Though I will say, what's truly the most important thing about a game like this? It's not stealthing everything, but it is, in fact, surviving. And we have to think about things in regards to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? First, you put the bodyguards in a compromising position, then they, we can blackmail them, and, you know, once you blackmailed the bodyguards that are, so rudely trying to take control of your autonomy, you know, you can do what you need to do to escape. Deus Ex, it's about the family. Exactly. Deus Ex, human resources mission. You know, I've been thinking about how to work in that joke for the entire time we've been streaming this, and I have to proudly say I regret doing it there. But such is the perils of failing to figure out how to time your lines. Though it's better than Deus Ex Human Revolution Resident Evil Edition. Though I am actually kind of surprised we don't have, like, human augment kind of crap going on in the Deus Ex universe, right? Because I feel it'd be ripe and primed for it, long term, given the whole fact that, like, you have literal, like, goo monsters the size of, like, story buildings. Hell, some of them I think are even skyscraper-sized. But you can't, like, figure out how to put a robot arm on someone? Like, I know we're misappropriating tech IRL for the, I know that we're misappropriating, human resources IRL to shove them all into the, tech sector. But, you know, for the purposes of, like, Resident Evil, that's just obscene. Yeah, no, that guy is a marksman. Probably, you know, graduated the top of his class at the U.S. Naval Academy, or whatever the hell that meme is. You know what? I don't have to kill him. Hello, Blobber and friends. I hope everybody's having a delightful day. I totally haven't lost my ish, in today's stream. And indeed, we are enjoying our day of sex. Yeah. It is a good game. It is one of my favorite games from young Wellington Hood, but, oh, good God. We reached the Metroid quote-unquote Vania portion of the game where we, have to, deal with all of our enemies without any of our initial equipment, which is tragic. Yeah, we gotta get the Morph Ball, and we gotta get the Whip, so we can honor Simon Belmont. Or what have you. I actually really need to play the original sort of Castlevanias, because I've played the words. I played the words. No, I played the Samsung version of Metroidvanias, but I haven't played the... I'm not playing Castlevania 64. Initially, at least. Did you not notice that? Oh my god, you did not notice that. If he continues not to notice this. You know what? I actually might do Castlevania 64. Dictators are currently, not available. So I am trying to figure out how to reinitialize and reintegrate them. In a sense, it is Kaladin. But you did see me playing this the other day, so you know exactly what this is. That's what I thought. Heresy? Yeah, I would never be so crass as to, do anything this overt in Hitman. I want to see it tick to 2 million. And tricking Vummer into spending points to get me to play it. It's my life goal to trick them into spending points, which they hoard like dragons. Yeah, no, I blow all of my points when it comes to Jake's channel, in very poorly timed bets. To the point where I have ceased caring about my points at all because I know they're just going to be lost. 9, capital G, 11, E, A, 4, M. Indeed, there is Mahjong, but we don't have Lucky here to play with, so oh no! we can't play Mahjong without Lucky! What would the Oyuji say? It's good to hear Nemi would never betray a kind, innocent streamer. Where, Booba? That's when I fake out to, you can only lead Oyaji one pretending that the Oyaji is Lucky. No, I would never think of Lucky as an Oyaji. He's so innocent. He's an innocent boy. True. We could play Skyrim. My greatest shame. I was actually thinking about having just a vanilla Skyrim CC as one of our long play suggestions. Because I'm pretty sure we are finishing this next stream. Yeah, we're definitely finishing this next stream. Given what point in the game we're at, and I'm trying to remember, we actually might finish this today if I'm willing to go for another 3 hours. We'll see about that. And yeah, a kind innocent streamer. I have never seen Lucky do anything wrong. Emphasis on seen. It's all chat. Chat's the one who makes Lucky do bad stuff. If chat wasn't so evil, Lucky wouldn't have done anything. He's misspelled your name. Alright. I said he was a kind, innocent streamer. I didn't say... I didn't say... It'd feel mean if I said it. I didn't say you could read, but, you know. I was referring to myself. You never said Nemi would never make me play a bad game. I don't know. I believe everybody is innocent until they've committed the grievous sin of forcing someone to play Oyaji Simulator. Which I now would say is a completely legally distinct game from what's being accused here, and I shudder at the thought to what Oyaji Sim would be. Ugh. Innocent until Billy Hatcher. Well, we all know Shadow's evil. I love Shadow, but I would never trust Shadow with a dictator. I think you can have committed crimes while still not being evil. Because Relics, in a sense, is responsible for the brain rot we see on this channel. Because if it wasn't for the Pepsi Man stream that I saw that same day, mind you, basically saying, like, oh, well, I mean, if Relics can do this, well, I didn't go into the Overblood stream expecting for it to turn into what it did. But it gave me the confidence that when I ran out of things to do, and rather than just drearily say, I have no idea what's going on, I, stuck up my upper lip and created a whole new universe for us to be baffled by in order to defeat the evil, evil Oyaji Sans. Yeah, the confidence. I mean, I have the confidence to make shit up, but it's the confidence to do it in Jake Chat, because I've been lurking here in the community. Where over? Oh my God, there is an Overblood too, isn't there?
Pritchard, is that you? You're breaking up.
Technically, I promised making a supercut of all the Beaver lore stuff that I promised 3 years ago that I still haven't done. Though I do still have the VOD for Overblood on my computer to do so. Because while I am a criminal myself, I do have standards.
Holding for dog confirmation.
Thank you, video game. Just wait another couple of years to get an AI to do it. Yeah. Alright. I need hacking. Fully upgraded here, because this is just obscene. I think stealth? I did see on the Twitch... on the platform known as Twitch TV, it did not give me my full inventory back, which is deeply concerning. Alright, I want you there. Give me you here. Not. Grenade launcher I don't care about. Yeah, this works for now. I mean, I know that podcasters I listen to use AI to do administrative stuff. So I'm sure if I was so inclined, I could use AI to do stuff like that, but... while I am about as cohesive as a large language model at times, there is a level of flair I would like to include. Though, you know, I am of the class of people who believes of using AI as a force amplifier. So in this case, using it as a first cut and seeing what needs to be added to or cut from there.
Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support.
Though I have no idea how I would train an AI on my work, even as a joke. I'm sure there's some relatively simple way to do it. What is J? Oh, right. We gotta save Rando McRanderson. Alright, let's help someone not be a corpse. Yeah, these are all people remanded by T.A. Song. And we need to add in a power core. Probably would be working against the typical AI intent. But at a certain... okay. Is that what I seem like to y'all? I just say the things that are the most unprobable? I guess there are certain cases that we could arise at that it would be fair to castigate me in such a manner. Though it wounds me that you would say that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having like a 30-minute diatribe about the economic benefits of femboy hooters. Not improbable, but the connections and associations would be impossible for an AI to predict. I mean, yeah, won't deny that one. Sometimes your sentences even follow grammar. I would like to think that I'm a very grammatical boy. Miname Maho. It has more, I think, it would be harder to teach it to pick out lore and easier to get to pick out not lore. Take the invert. Yeah. Explain the concept of Ricky Cheese, the speed mouse stealing a submarine from baby. Submarine pen to an elf. Is that... Is that what it... Is that what the prompt was? I don't know if it was that. For those of you who are unaware what Bummer was talking about, probably 2 Decembers ago now, or maybe this most recent. No, it was 2 Decembers ago now. I was playing around with AI and chatting with Bummer, and basically I had determined to just see what I could do with the Dolly 3 or whatever the hell Microsoft is putting out for us those days and these days would do. So I made a series of very nonsensical things, one of which being Ricky Cheese the Speed Mouse, which I thought it was the Speed Rat, though I have confused the in-universe lore quite thoroughly. So I unfortunately can't be trusted with my own lore. And part of that was apparently an image that was eventually generated that was a podling of U.S. Marines and Ricky Cheese, the Speed Mouse, stealing a submarine from the nation of Albania. Which I don't know if I have it on this computer or another computer. So even if I wanted to pull it up and show it on stream, I'm just incapable. I see that I have received the thing. What does that mean? I thought that was Bummer, but it was a witch. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, no, I'm not. My only response to that, Wick, is we live in a timeline. We live in a timeline. Secondarily to that, the prompt was the Chinese emperor buying bagels on the streets of New York. I did like that one as well. That one actually, I think, played well with the target demos. Those are target demos, you might ask? Well, that's a secret. Just wanted to be known, I accept, in case anyone is, looking to gain international secrets, from the lore of ChatGPT, I accept it in Bitcoin. No, I was trying to figure out how we could get, like, the World War II equivalent of the Speed Rat verse And we did eventually get Ricky Cheese, the Obergruppenführer, which was probably problematic, to say the least. Some of them were good, some of them were quite bad. I think what was interesting to note at the time is its perceptions of... No, we got actual people one time, Boomer. Actually, let me look at my AI folder. Maybe I have it on this computer. AI Speedman. Oh, wait, no, that's a Vicky 3 mod pack. Alright, go to downloads. Go to photographs. What photographs do I have on my computer? Please load. Please clap. No, it's only boring stuff. Sadly. Really, do I not have an AI folder on this computer? Click view. No, click back on here in case I flash my Discord. Alright, desktop. AI Speedman, Anime, CPU, Multi-Worlds, Open Morrowind, Recipes, Shows, Welly Pack, Other Welly Pack, and a bunch of random photos for things that I haven't sorted yet. No, that's disappointing. Alright, to jump off of the cavalcade of AI. You know, I thought it was just a repurposed oil rig, kind of like in Metal Gear Solid, but it is in fact a fully armed and operational Seaborn Blacksite. Kind of terrifying. It is a Victorian concept. The Victorians are, as we all know, a bit weird champ.
Calming down. Now that the brass has climbed back to the base, I guess we'll be done. Wasn't soon enough for Burke. Bastard couldn't wait the couple hours we held position. Had to fly out and see the stowaway for himself. And bring Ike here.
I don't think it was his choice. I'll bet she had to talk pretty hard to be included. Base commander or not, she doesn't carry much weight with Burke in his spec ups.
Well, I hope she learned what she needed to down in the hole, because once Burke gets this Joker in detention, no one will be hearing from him anytime soon.
Good. I was there when we found him. Took out 5 guys before we could subdue him. So I'm not going to be losing any sleep over him. At least we'll finally be locking up someone who deserves it.
Hey, watch what you're saying. We do not talk about the detainees. You know that. Shut up.
I am curious to see what the current status of AI is, because I don't think I've played around with it in a very long time. Mainly because I haven't had a cause to just make shit up with an AI.
Is the CIC lazy? You see anything?
Leave off. It was nothing. Gunshots. That's far enough.
Well, we almost got a ghost. Who the hell is that guy? Yeah, I think they're above us. Wait, so you visited Puyi's house, Kaladin, while he was the prisoner of the Manchukuo government?
I heard that.
That can't have been pleasant. Well, I mean, I'm sure it was a lovely house, but I can't. And a fascinating place to visit, but like, I don't know, like... Kaladin was isekai'd back to World War II. Yes, he was the emperor, just like I am the pope. We can write whatever the hell we want on a nice piece of fancy paper, but it doesn't make it any more true. Even if the man in Tokyo says it's true. No, I know he was really the emperor, and I know he was legally the emperor, but, like, there's being the emperor on paper, and actually having any semblance of power. Or anything. Because, like, I suppose, you know, Yui's life could be benefited by the Japanese desire for legitimacy in all things, which is a kind of funny thought.
Access granted.
Well, I think he was only there to give some semblance of legitimacy to the Western government. Because I highly doubt that they cared, well, I would need to read up more on interwar Japanese beliefs about what they cared about their colonial subjects, but I don't think they hid it very well to the locals who was actually in charge. I'd be surprised if they did. Why are you not reading? Because I think that's what matters more in the scope of our question here, is, have to consult the chart. I mean, it's better to be consulting a chart than the phrenology graph. Which... Actually, how racist were the Japanese when it came to, like, well, I knew... But, like... Whenever I hear phrenology, I think of, like, some British aristocrat, like, sitting in a room, literally, like, having a glass pipe straight into his nose of cocaine. Okay. I don't think Nikki is an aristocrat. I didn't realize Nikki believed in phrenology. Is there a platinum standard rate? Do we have SI units of racism? Do we want to have SI units of racism? I'm not sure we do.
Pritchard. Francis Pritchard isn't going to be hearing you anytime soon, Bratan. Not on this close to the base is jamming array.
Who the hell are you?
Someone who's gone through a lot of trouble to make your escape look like accident. I was hoping you wouldn't call quite so much attention to it on your way to this room. But one works with the tools he has. Get to the aft cargo bay. Find the sally port there and enter it. You're going to encounter more resistance. But the longer you stay undetected, the better off your future will be.
I mean, I'm always a fan of standardization. It can give benefits.
Let's secure the CIC. B compartment alarms have not been confirmed, but we've already...
I don't know, like... I know there are jokes about, like, ranked and competitive racism. I'm not sure how benefited we would by, you know, creating the ranking and competition. Nikki would be proud. No, I'm pretty sure racism is, universal. Nikki would make it tearless. It's not a competition. You know, as always, I am very happy to say I've been horribly corrupted by the American thingam. Truly the most corrupt of the capitalists. No, I know the Japanese were very, very racist. It is something that losing the World War didn't fully disabuse them of. Well... I mean... Not subjugating vassal states is an improvement. We'll take that in the W column. X is exclusive to a region in Europe. Everything else is a joke. Is Nikki French? Because, like, I know Nikki is English, but, like, that's the type of behavior a Frenchman would exhibit. I don't mean that in a mean way, but, like, yeah, like what you're saying, what Kaladin's saying there. Where it's like, X is only legitimate if it's coming... Oh, he's from Ireland. I don't know if that makes us better or worse. I don't know how to feel about any of this. So he's from the Midlands of England, but he is of Irish descent. Kaladin here doxing Nikki live on stream. How terrible. Next you're gonna tell me he lives in Skegness. See, Kaladin, I'm a person who loves satire and making things up and running my mouth. So, given that you are providing personal, very, very vague personal details about Nikki, I am using you to make a joke. Is what now? Need to give him our best for St. Patrick's Day. If only Nikki had NordVPN. Yeah. Or a Vast VPN. Or McAfee VPN. Now he's got no personal information to keep private. And now I know Nikki is a sommelier of artisanal cheeses. That's not a nice thing to reveal about someone. You know, periodically that he mocked American champagne. I mean, I think that I would believe that, though, you know, I think Kaladin, you have to take the American perspective of, like, periodically, when our friends across the sea make a declarative about something, you just smile and nod.
Docking bay confirmed.
And just let everything be Pog. Oh, I thought you were making fun of Nick. People apparently don't know that you can make sparkling wine outside of France. So you mean actual, like, people not as a jape on Twitter, Blue Sky. I mean, I don't think we should be looking to Twitter for value or anything of note. Basically, it's a lot of people who think they're more important than they actually are. That's the main demographic of people who aggressively post on Twitter. That or pornographers. Which I suppose to a certain extent that same statement can be held true for them as well.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
I just don't like it when the general public attempts to become an expert in everything when something happens on media. I find it very exhausting, personally. Like, even people who should know better, sometimes it can be exhausting from.
Final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
I was listening to a podcast where they had a guest on from Wall Street, and the guest was asserting that cutting spending and taxes to a 1-to-1 ratio would be inflationary. Explicitly inflationary. With no nuance. And I am always open to nuanced arguments for stuff, but this is why we don't listen to Wall Street. That's what I understood their argument to be, Kaladin. I could be mischaracterizing it, to be sincere. Or, if I am to be more sincere.
Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading.
But, like, yeah. Well, no. It wasn't balancing the blood budget is inflationary. It was... Oh, hi. It was that... Specifically... if you were to cut the budget and decrease taxes in a 1-to-1 ratio. So preserving the relative deficit, it would be inflationary. Though... Yeah. Like, I can see an argument that one could make for it in a couple of spots, but saying that it will always cause this always bothers me when it talks about economics, because it's a lot more loosey-goosey than that.
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
Like, I think if you're an economist, as, like, part of your PhD, you need to watch all of the lines of, like, Jedis using Jedi mind tricks from Star Wars. Because I feel like you gotta speak like that to maintain your aura of invincibility. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I would love to see pundits rated for their predictions.
Securing bay doors.
Because we need to make sure that our experts are actually... I didn't kill him. That was not me. No, seriously, I did not kill him. No, I know pundits are there for ratings, but you could at least, like, provide some value.
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
Like, I think to a certain extent there is a level of meaninglessness when it comes to economic predictions. Or just predictions of anything in general. Because, like, you know, by the numbers, there's a lot of things that should happen logically, economically, or at least we should see more signs of, but, like, hasn't happened. So, like, the one meme that comes to mind for me is China and their credit crisis, or, whatnot, of, like, shell gaming money around between public, or, local communities and whatnot to kind of hide the level of debt they have, or, you know, the debt situation in the US itself, being bad. By traditional economic theory, or people's understanding of it, we should both have encountered much more massive problems than we currently have, but for some reason have not yet. I think for the United States, we can argue it's due to...
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
United States, it's probably due to the fact that we have a lot of unique cheats, or currently have them. For China, I have no idea. But it is funny to see the meme of, like... Yeah. I agree, it's all about confidence. Though, that means that economic thought just, or the economy boils down to one gigantic shell game that whenever it stops, millions of people are left without jobs. You know, when we look at 2008, it makes a lot more sense.
Jesus, don't you ever wonder what they're doing with all these people?
These people, or terrorists, or war criminals, or worse. All we're doing is locking them up so they don't kill innocent civilians. I don't feel sorry for any of them.
Really? So what's all this bullshit about calling them unlawful belligerents? What does that even mean? Sounds like a made-up term to cover our asses.
What it means is you keep your mouth shut and you do what you're ordered to do.
Hello, Baron. Hope you're having a lovely day. We apparently have gone from discussing about the vagaries of various world leaders being isekai'd into our... from where various world leaders have been isekai'd into our reality from, to economic theory. Well, I hope you feel better soon, Baron. This is better than discussing how many races can dance on the head of a pinhead. Yeah. I think we ran the course on racism meta-commentary. Usually not much you can extract from racism meta-commentary, to be entirely honest. I think that more explains the US bond market to a certain extent, though, Lover.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
Well... then, Baron, we would not be able to hear Canadians' opinions about Quebecois. The Quebecois. At a reasonable price. Who the fuck is that, Kaladin? What is that? That looks like a poorly CGI'd man from the 1800s. You see, Baron, just because I know, much like Werner Herzog, just because I know how to speak French, though, je ne parle français un petit peu, doesn't mean I want to pronounce it correctly all the time. Well, he's the money lender from Patty 3. I see. He broke both of Baron's legs! No! What would be the appropriate way to pronounce Quebecois? Quebecois? Probably that one. Quebec? Quebec? Okay. Ish. Yeah, no, be Ke. I'm happy to have figured it out with the pronunciation guide. It is from the power of understanding how the word quiche is pronounced, because obviously Quebec is the land of quiche, by which I mean Quebec isn't actually a Canadian province, it's actually a giant quiche that the Canadians are trying to hide from us in their attempt to take over the world. We know what you're up to up there, Baron. We know what you're up to. Baron owned a vast sum for exporting racial charged jokes. Oh boy.
Docking bay confirmed.
Have you heard the Canadian anthem in French before, Welly? I'm not sure I want to. Becoming a matter of principle at this point. won't deny La Marseille is pleasant on the ears.
Access granted.
Tombre sai poter l'épée, il sait poter la croix. I don't know what carton means. Bras de poter l'épée. Croix. I only recognize cross in that sentence. For your hands know how to wield the sword, they know how to carry the cross. Okay. That's a little ominous. Baron, would you be able to elaborate for me why the Quebecois version of your anthem, the national anthem of Canada, is so ominous? Because it sounds like they want to conquer the rest of Canada.
Biometric data assembled.
And I kind of thought that was only a joke. Like, are you guys safe up there? Wait, no, Baron, aren't... Wait. Wait. Wait.
Sadly, our work has set the base on alert. I may be
Stand on guard for thee.
So, you're a hacker.
There's a maintenance tunnel in loading bay 1. Access through a floor panel. Get inside. Follow the cables. And try not to kill the person inside.
Access granted.
Okay. So we need to find a man here. I think. Also see Canadian behavior during major conflicts. I mean, you know, we gotta cover for our friends sometimes. Just, you know, don't go to The Hague. Probably not a good place to visit. Yeah, they don't want to be conscripted by the British people. They want to be conscripted by their own people. Remember, Blobber, the whole French concept of lever en masse. They made that originally. I'm sure if Quebecois was the leader of the Canadian Empire, they would be very pro-conscription. Probably for the rest of Canada, but that's an entirely separate problem.
Huh? What's that?
The great Emperor of Canada, the provincial dictator of Quebec.
Stay awake.
Well, that makes sense. I don't think the... How do you not see me? Oh, you did see me in the end.
Oh shit!
Renee... That's a gas grenade. Rene Levesque have undertaken the reorganization of the Confederation into the First Canadian Empire. This is partially... I'm now imagining a dark world. Like, okay, so like, what would the world look like if, like, the Welsh managed to do Order 66 on the British Empire, and they instituted direct rule from, like, Welsh land. Oh, screw you. Nope, nope, I am, yep, nope, I deserve this. Hello, Sunaj. Partly a good bit why get involved here. There'd be a lot more consonants. Do we want to live in a world with more consonants, to be entirely honest? I feel like there's more consonants than we need as is. Like, I feel there's a certain terror in a consonant victory scenario that I don't think we truly comprehend.
Nothing confirmed, but we're playing this one by the book.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
And I think we should be comfortably horrified by that concept. Welly longs to be unavowed. That's evil. That's evil, Blobber. That's an Urkrin tier pun.
Get out! Gotta trigger the alarm!
Gotta trigger the alarm.
Nope. I have no ammo for anything, because even though it said that it gave me my equipment back, it did not, in fact, give me my equipment back at all. In fact, it mainly gave me shotgun ammo. Now normally what I would do is I would save scum this until we got the Natsuki Subaru timeline in which I managed to stealth this correctly, but we don't live in the Natsuki Subaru timeline, and that's very bad. Oh, you have really good response time. That's actually impressive. Denied Kaladin. If I'm not going to play the Silent Hill F audio on stream, I am not going to play the Welsh National Anthem. You will be refunded your points when I have the time to clear out the Lacroix Creek queue. I have not lost my ability to speech. I am in fact the Emperor of Words. Look, Vummer, some questions just shouldn't be answered. Did Vummer? Oh! That was Vummer, I thought it was Blobber. You have the same color on my thing. Alright, I know that doesn't make any sense, but like... this is like the same issue as Baron, so I'm okay, will I dox myself of anything if I do this? No, that's fine. Nothing's untoward. Alright, Screen Man. Alright. So, you and Blobber have the exact same kind of, like, stats on my screen here. So, I thought Blobber had commented that, and I was very confused by Wick. I mean, you're not wrong, Blobber. I refuse to choose a color. But, like, what's bugging me is if you look at the stream preview, or, like, if you look at the stream chat on the screen, you're blue. Oh, I see. you haven't chosen the color. So Bezos is like, oh, we'll just give him a color, whatever the hell it is. How does Lucky have it set up if you don't even show up? That's bewildering. Bewildering?
Let's get him! What are you doing here?
So now that Wales has been forgotten, had any good spumante? Alright, Google-chan. Spumante. I don't think I have ever had a compelling champagne. I think the best I have had with that is the blue bottle of...
Okay, I want a thorough sweep of the ship's loading bay. Anything strange turns up, boxguard on standby in case.
Is this about the stowaway that was captured en route? I thought he was being kept in the hold until we could transfer him to detention.
Confirmed it. However, we've also been apprised of some alarm activity on board. Nothing confirmed, but we're playing this one by the book.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
You know what to do.
I heard something from there. Stop! We gotta trigger the alarm! Cover me!
Are you shitting me?
I heard you!
Alright. I think I need to lock in.
Okay, I want a thorough sweep of the ship's loading
As the
bay.
children say
Anything
these
strange
days.
turns up, report immediately. We've got a boxguard on standby in case.
Is this about the stowaway that was captured en route? I thought he was being kept in the hold until we could transfer him to
Alright.
detention.
Confirmed it.
I have got into my locking in position, and I will now do this flawlessly, as you will all be impressed to see.
Nothing yet. He's
Alright, you know what? That's a way to go in response to hearing a noise on the other side of you. I can't make my own cookies and call them Oreos.
Something is going on here. I understand.
What the hell is that? Don't make me! This isn't good.
I mean, I really do have to say kudos onto them. The fact that they've trapped me in here. My only guns I have that work are a shotgun, which will immediately kill people. Ah, Sonage, we're ripping out everybody's assholes today. I am not a happy cat.
To Sector Alpha. Cargo crew to Alpha.
Because it reset all of my stuff bummer. Remember, we're on the We're on the oil rig. What the hell? Yeah, I know. I have a couple praxis I can spend as well, which I think I might just want to do this and cheat.
Sweeper, the ship's loading bay. Anything strange turns up, report immediately. We've got a box guard on standby in case.
Is this about the stowaway that was captured en route? I thought he was being kept.
I think
Transferred to detention.
Confirmed it. However, we've also been apprised
doing this practically might be the wise thing to do, but holy crap do I need to get the efficiency upgrades so bad. How the hell is New York Champagne gonna work? Like, I feel that's the example of why comparative advantage exists. Like, it's like you're about to say you're going to grow bananas in, what's your capital? Albany? Okay, how many hectares? How many square kilometers of wine growing are in New York? That is a fun fact, Baron. And that baffles me quite a bit, because if we're going to look at it, I would have assumed that Ukraine would have been a better source for it. I mean, just make them grow a reasonable product for the 20th century, like crack cocaine. Well, I mean, from a certain perspective, Wick, isn't the fall of the the Soviet Union, like the Russian Federation's Roman Empire? Like, we make all these comments about, like, oh, look at all the science that was lost, all the technology that was lost when the Roman Empire collapsed. That was what happened to the Russians. They lost the ability to have a banana. I don't even want to know what the bones of the modern Russian individual looks like after they lost that technology. That sounds cruel.
Access granted.
Belarus lost the capability to make it. And it's bad. What potassium? Was that for bones? See, this is why, like, the Russian birth rate's going down over, like, the last 40, since the fall of the Soviet Union. They don't have the boning capability anymore. I know that was an awful joke, but I am quite proud of it. NYC is the same latitude as Madrid, Rome, Constantinople, right, Willie? Media wants to keep this hidden.
As soon as possible.
Let's see. Listen, my favorite subreddit is non-credible defense. We don't want any credible, actual, reasons why, for anything, even if it's not actual, It's also, your... Okay, because this word's stuck in my brain right now, but it's like the phrenology of the landscape. What do you call it? Your regional specification? Like whether or not you're your climate. There we go. Oh boy. Phrenology of your landscape. Yeah, you're right. There, Blobber. I don't think an AI would be able to mimic me with any compelling capability. Everything's phrenology. No! Okay, no, I don't want any more people to die. He asked our contact asked us nicely not to kill any of these poor idiots.
Is anyone there?
You know, I think we legally did that ghost, which I'm very surprised and impressed about myself. I mean, this is why we need to erase the concept of France. So we can, assume control of the IP of Champagne. We all agreed with that? We're gonna submit a proposal to the UN. Not the real-life UN, because they're not real. But the Deus Ex UN, where they actually get stuff done. Is my cheddar from England? Nah, mate. My cheddar's from Australia. People who actually make good cheddar. Or, actually, we can have a UN mandate of France. They can riot just as much as they do now. It'll be fine. Just this is a big scheme for IP theft, everybody. We gotta be honest here. What remember, intellectual honesty is our most highly valued trait here in Welly-istan. And it's something we all need to consider when I'm tired and forgetting how the word works.
Sometimes I just don't get these orders.
Exactly. You don't want marketers to win, do you? I'm going to take a radical position and say I don't want anybody to win. I want everybody to lose. I'm a radicalist, and any semblance of anyone winning is not allowed, and it can't happen. I've gotten to the point in my life where we need to have a mutual defeat scenario. No one can win. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Listen, it's like in Vicky, I'm that one radical in your nation after you've already disabused all of your radical. You know, maybe Edgy Wellington wasn't so bad. Wow. I can't believe you would try and bring back Edgy Wellington. Why would you ever do that, Wick? I don't even think that's Wedgie. Wedgie. Oh, no. I wasn't even gonna say Wedgie Wellington. It's literally Wedgie Ellington. I don't even know how that works. Wellington? Oh, no, that does work. Edgy Wellington. Was amazing. No, it's not Wedgie Wellington. You gotta get it right. It's Wedgie Ellington. I'm a jazz musician now. Oh, you know what? Fucking just die. I'm thinking about having another big Vicky 3 MP. I want to see if we can get, like, a bajillion people in it. That's not wrong. This is why specification is very important.
You may be asked to produce said credentials by security personnel. Please comply.
As we collectively run our nations into the ground. Oh boy.
Hello, I heard you. Oh.
No. We will not be playing with the Caladonism mod, Caladin. Then you may make a recommendation.
Civilian contractors must stay within
The only thing I think... Whoa. You know what? I live so far, that means I'm the good guy in this timeline. It's a company privatization mod that makes companies actually do things. But companies do actually do things in the current patch. It's more of the matter of I want to keep the pacing of, or a big MP, I want to keep the pacing as vanilla as possible. Or I would use something that's tuned specifically for multiplayer. Because I think I looked at Caladinism, and basically, functionally, isn't it a economy law that allows you to get onto command economy early? Interventionism without private construction unless you're not building. Okay. That's good. I think I looked at it 4 months ago.
Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering
Because I have created a mod pack for Vicky myself. And generally what I do with it, or have done with it, is I like... Industry Expanded because I like more production chain stuff. That I had to very aggressively correct for some issues that the mod author did not consider. Let's just say. Made Wellington a very grumpy cat. But I think what I'm more interested in is something that is allowing a bit more flexibility and a bit more content for nationals. So, like, I'm very interested in HMPS, which is the mod pack that the Bacoan people use, which I've played with a bit, and it seems to get the job done. From what I can... You know what? Quick save. Yeah, modding is difficult. Or getting the UI how you want it is difficult. You should be fine. He said, and it was in fact not fine there. So, if I recall correctly, the game is now effectively one giant hub world. So we're not really playing Deus Ex per se. We're playing Batman Arkham Asylum. Which is an interesting way to take this.
Designated areas. Entering restricted areas will result in termination and
I'm not sure. You know, I said I'm not. I was gonna say I'm not sure how I feel about that, but that's the entire game. I think it does. But I think the best mod for making laws less awful to pass is better politics. I really want to play.
That's far enough,
Oh.
You're behind this?
I said that's far enough. I can explain everything if you just stay where you are.
Why don't you put the gun down? Then maybe we can talk.
You think I'm stupid? You've got every reason in the world to hate me, and I've heard what you do to your enemies. Tell me, did you enjoy putting so many BT contractors into comas?
You're the one who let me off the leash.
It wasn't my choice. As a matter of fact, I think you're going to get us both killed before this is over. But if we'd left you in that brig, who'd be around to save your Dr. Reed?
What do you know about Megan?
I know the name set off way too many bells and whistles when I added it to Burke's profile search on you. But it helped me to figure out who you are and why you stowed away on the ship. You think Belltower kidnapped her, don't you?
You want to tell me you didn't?
I wish I could. But after what I've seen this past year, all I know for certain is she's not on the base. Not anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
Not what you're thinking. Listen, Rifleman Bank Station supports all Belltower operations in this region, Jensen. Regular contract and special op. 6 months ago, I received orders to pull every regular grade soldier and civilian contractor away from the airstrip. 2 Black Hawk helicopters set down minutes later. I thought it had to do with Australia, especially when I saw covered stretchers coming out.
How many?
5. Guarded by a heavily augmented special ops team. Burke went out to meet the leader and the whole group disappeared inside the detention camp. There's some kind of black project going on in there, Jensen. Something involving prisoners and scientists. And I need you to find out what it is.
I'm gonna need more information than that. Tell me about this black project.
I wish I could, but it's been classified. So classified every BT suit I've talked to refuses to even acknowledge its existence.
But you've seen something.
Only the edges. This station is part base, part military stockade, and every week a new shipment of belligerents arrives. Only Interpol says they're not on anyone's terrorist watch list. Most are just civs, harmless civs. Burke takes them into a restricted wing of the detention camp and they just disappear.
Tell me more about these scientists.
Technically, I'm in charge of operations here, so I keep tabs on people coming in and out. Burke keeps meeting with doctors and researchers, telling me it's part of his interrogation technique.
You got any names?
None that I trust, unless the Doe family suddenly expanded into Australia and Asia. Thing is, I don't always see how they leave.
Yet you're sure that Megan did.
The Blackhawks did. Without the stretchers, but loaded with 5 stasis pods this time.
Why me, Keitner? That is your name, isn't it? The one Burke used back on the ship?
Natanya Keitner, yes. And it has to be you, because any movements I make are noted and logged. I can't risk blowing
Natanya.
Cover. Who are you working for?
A few months ago, an Interpol agent approached me. They've had Belltower on their radar for some time, but they've never been able to prove anything. The things that agent pointed out about this base, it opened my eyes to a lot of things. So you see, Jensen, I really am playing the good cop and the bad cop.
Would Natanya be the Israeli formation of Netanya? Or, yeah, no, it is city in Israel. Ha! Wellington can into linguistics.
What do you need me to do?
Hold still for a second.
What the?
Relax. I'm just compiling profiling your biometric signature. Retinal scan, pulmonary and vascular imaging, the works. Once I upload it to the network and give Corporal Alan Tyler a security rating, you'll be able to pass through specific checkpoints in this sector.
Only this sector, why not others?
Because you're a fugitive, Jensen. The less room I give you to maneuver in, the more likely it is you'll stay one. I can get you into the detention camp, but the interrogation wing is going to be a problem. Only Burke can give clearances for that.
And I assume you don't want me to go ask for one.
Still the comedian. There's a security mainframe inside the detention camp's central command tower. You'll need to upload this copy of your biometrics there by hand. Contact me using your Infolink once you do. Any more questions?
I could use some more hardware. Any chance Corporal Tyler will have access to the armory?
You're still a fugitive, Jensen. I suggest you keep a very low profile. Still, there is someone who might be able to supply you. One of the base mechanics, a civilian named Quinn. He runs a nice sideline in procurement.
I know the type. Why should I trust him?
Because I do, and because he has no love for Burke. He's in the lower level maintenance area near the elevator. He'll get you what you need.
The guards in the prison complex, are they Burke's men or yours?
Definitely Burke's. Highly trained, special operatives. So if you start a firefight in there, don't expect to live long.
I'll keep that in mind. I'd like a little clarification here about you and Burke. I take it he outranks you.
Technically, yes. But this station is only part military stockade, and while he and his unit have 100% control over the detention camp, I have authority over the base.
So I don't need to worry that this is all just some creative attempt at mutiny.
Mutiny? You think I'd risk so much because... Listen close, Jensen. Burke is a sexist, chauvinist pig, and yes, he outranks me. He's also been in Bell Tower a lot longer than me, so he's got more connections, which he's used to undermine me at every turn. But that is not why you and I are standing here right now. People are getting hurt. Innocent people. And we have to find out why and expose it.
Exposure could destroy Bell Tower.
Bell Tower used to have honor. We do this right, it might again someday.
That's all I need to know.
Good. I'll upload to the security network from here, so get going. Alan Tyler will exist by the time you reach the prison security port. Just be careful, and try not to draw too much attention.
Alrighty. And on note... We'll turn off that camera.
What? What do you...
And we already asked her.
That's all I need to know.
Company had honor. Well, I mean, you say that as a joke, Wick, but I think that's a fair statement to say. I mean, didn't some companies during World War II, like, only charge the government $1? Or what have you? I think that, Sentry Turret is a supporter of the Axis powers. Ah, I see your point, then. Yeah, with that specification, I can agree. You know what, just end me. Come on, I know you want to. I mean, there's a particular company I have in mind, but I don't remember which one. I'm not saying it is a common thing, but depending on how you take all this, you could say it's the exception that proves the rule. Let's go over here. I am once again asking for your financial support. My name is Benny Sanders, and today I am a representative of the Bell Tower Group. Fantastic people. This is the problem with my Bernie nowadays. I just sink into Trump. They're like that's Two-Face. Oh my God, Bernie and we figured it out. They're two-faced, but they got split apart again.
Yeah.
Explains
that's
it.
me. Jensen, is it? You weren't followed, were you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I can believe that. They're having a hell of a time keeping up with you.
I intend on keeping it that way.
Well, you've certainly ruffled a few feathers higher up. It's not like they don't know you're here. Stowed away on the ship, I mean. It's only a matter of time before they bring the hammer down. Put a stop to your gallivanting on the base. I just hope I'm not near you when the iron's hot and you're on the anvil.
Look, Keitner said you can help me. Can you?
Yeah, she told me to be expecting you. I'm just glad you came as soon as you did instead of going off on your own. There's enough kegs of powder lying around here already without throwing another loose cannon in the mix. You know how much we're risking to keep you off the radar? We've only got so much pull around here. It's Burke's show, and he'll do as he bloody well pleases, which means stamping out any rats the moment he gets wind of them.
I'm grateful, but can we get on with it? I understand you run a nice little sideline in procurement.
Aye. From time to time you might say being inclined to do a little, how should we call it? Bartering. On the side. Since the commander signed off on it, I suppose I could open my stock to you. For a price, that is.
You mean I have to pay?
What? Of course you have to bloody well pay. I ain't exactly a fucking armory quartermaster down here. I'm just a civvy contractor trying to make ends meet. This ain't a bleeding charity.
Considering the circumstances.
Circumstances? What, that you're a fugitive and I'm risking my neck just talking to you? What are you trying to pull here? Although, I don't suppose you had anything to do with the stasis pod that was saved back on the ship.
How do you know about that?
Ah, so it was you, eh? Well, let's just say I have my sources and your little random act of kindness didn't go unnoticed. Tell you what, I'll give you a discount on me wares. Just no freebies or handouts. But now that I think of it, if you're looking for a little something for nothing and don't mind a little legwork, I've got an errand that could use running. Consider it a special offer of sorts. You interested?
So have we seen Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump in the same room at the same time? Because this could be a Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde and Mr. Jekyll. Or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation? One of those. Kaladin, you're supposed to say no. How do we know that Bernie Sanders wasn't just Kevin Costner in a wig?
Alright, tell me about this special offer.
Look, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but this base is packing some serious heat. Especially in the form of those walking brick shithouse boxcars. If you get me a few odds and ends, I might be able to whip up a little something to make getting around easier. If you catch my meaning.
What kind of something are we talking about here?
Nothing fancy. Just a 329 series MPRS.
A rocket launcher?
That's right, mate. And custom built. By yours truly, of course. You see, while I might be able to get my fingers on some low-level arms, I'm a little restricted when it comes to military-grade bells and whistles. And I'm itching to try out a new trigger propulsion mix. Maybe even recalibrate the guidance system for some extra punch.
I believe his face is a circle. Because I think he has a Terminator face underneath that. By which I mean, I can imagine that he got punched or his face blew up, and they had to reconstruct his frontal face with robo bits. And given we're living in a robo society, rather than making a skin graft, we quite literally have a Phantom of an Opera tier face, but with 2027 technology.
I like the sound of this.
Fucking right, you like the sound of this. It's the bollocks. Look, all you gotta do is find me some components. I'll do the rest. An earlier boat had a shipment of 329s, but I wasn't able to poach any of them before they made it to the armory. Luckily, little Sparrow in my employ managed to lose one through maintenance circulation, but he got himself shit canned before I could collect. Now my little bute's lying around the base somewhere in bloody pieces. The launcher, I mean. Not the
You know
launcher.
how I got these scars?
Do you really happen to him?
Right, so long story short, you need me to find the parts and bring them back to you.
Yeah, that about sums it up, I'd say. Just find me the trigger module, scope assembly, and launch a barrel, and we're in business. I could sweep up the rest from leftovers here in the shop.
I think I already found one.
Aye. Let me see what you got there. That's the 329's trigger module. Let me know when you find the other two.
What do you mean zero completionist, you asshat? Okay.
something or bugger off.
Yeah, fuck you too, buddy. Alright. We do still have our money. That's the only saving grace we have here. We'll be so technologically advanced in 2027. Yeah. Also, hello, Blubber. I hope you're having a lovely day. I, for one, have lost my heart to ennui due to the lack of tech in this video game. Please give me the sun darts. I'll take that.
No refunds.
What are you, Ray Kurzweil now, Wick? You know, I don't think I've ever heard Ray Kurzweil speak out of his mouth. Why did I say it like that? I think it is due to disillusionment with the techno-optimism. Oh, good God. The level of techno-optimism that Ray Kurzweil has. Just disappointing at this point. Because I will say I am something of a techno-optimist myself, but I think, you know, hoping from a Deus Ex, quite literally a Deus Ex Machina, is probably going a bit too far in terms of our how we should construct our beliefs for the future. But you know, I'm not a millionaire tech man. You know, I'm just thinking about different paths in life. I come from a long, sordid history of con people. And, you know, statistically speaking, there's a timeline where we have con man Wellington rather than brain rot Wellington talking about, I don't know, what's like the worst thing? Don't say that again. Wellington talking about femboy hooters on the daily. Truly a profitable thing.
Access granted.
Were you taught how to run a grift? I wasn't so much... Well, actually, I think I was taught one grift. That I just now realized. Basically, you can... Actually selling the idea of femboy hooters to investors? I mean, I could probably sell the idea of femboy hooters to tech investors in Silicon Valley if I mandated they had to wear tails. I could probably do that. But the grift I was taught was you can basically guarantee you can make a bet with people about knowing how cards might dispose themselves, by which I mean arrange themselves, to a group of people quite confidently. Now, you do this by utilizing the fact that you take a new deck of cards and basically make your statement, and then place all your cards face down and do it in order. Now, it's a confusing way to say it, but basically you say, I will sort this deck of cards into a suit, into a new suit. Or sort them by suit, or something like that. Sort them by number. Not really the cleverest grift, but, you know, if you are dealing with some drunk people and want to do a magic trick, you can definitely do it. Because technically, I was taught this by my dad at a pool hall when I was in the 6th grade. But, yeah. Is there a timeline where we get an industrial capitalist Wellington? How do you know I'm not an industrial capitalist, Kaladin? Why are you assuming that I'm not? Am I not good enough for you, Kaladin? Huh? 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 Evil. Truly cruel to besmirch my honor in this way. Need to have an over-dramatization now of, what did I do to you?
Access granted.
We live in 2025, Kaladin. I don't need to be on site to oppress children. Because you're clearly an artisanal capitalist, as this is art. I guess you're not wrong. I have specced into the more artsy side of degeneracy, rather than the oppressive wiles of my beloved capitalism. No, I think you're confusing an industrial capitalist, Kaladin, with a Victorian Gadgrind. And I think, you know, I would hope we have moved beyond the Victorian era here in America, for a variety of reasons. Well, I mean, you can be a sadist and not a capitalist. Those were the alphas. I know you're referring in encoding speak and not, like, alpha male speak, but it's just funny to think about that. Like, just imagining, like, a broed up version. Oh, no, you actually did mean that. Never mind. Now I have to say this. We have to imagine, like, a broed up... Can you imagine, like, benches like 500 pounds or like 200 kilos, like JD Rockefeller or some shit like that? I don't think we want to live in that timeline, Kaladin. Like, your head canon's beginning to worry me here. We need to go back to the comfort of Femboy Hooters. The Chad Victorian capitalist with the cock techno bro. Yeah. Carnegie was ripped. He was like a 2,000-year-old man. And yes, Twitch, I want to send that message. What message? What was Twitch asking? Was Twitch, like, doing a naughty naughty to you?
Right. So, what's the story? No money back guarantee or warranty.
I mean, I guess that's fair. Twitch did not, like, cuck and ask for confirmation. Oh, right, I remember that. I remember there was, like, some drama about that. See, now we're cycling back into the drama part of, meta commentary. See, here at Wellington, Redacted Industries, we, believe in squaring the circle or circling the sand. And that means that we arrive at the history of the future today and tomorrow. The satisfaction of her and possibly him. That is true. Coco redacted Belgium in my chat, and I can't remember how to unredact it. Mods can redact words? Oh no. Alright, let me dox my stream as I search around here. Oh god, they did change this quite a bit. Just in settings. On setting, mission. Eh. It's in here somewhere. It's in community. Activity? Follow role manager? Reality manager? Hmm. There was... we don't look behind the curtain, Wick. I legally have to refer you to people if you question what I just said too closely. We don't want to have that happen. The manager's at the CIA. I mean, Carl's emporium of assets would be very displeased. We don't want that to happen. Don't think he's well qualified judging my results. Oh no, Uncle Jeff is running the simulation. Oh god, see, you questioned it and I'm already dying from the vaporized polonium that's been, like, injected into my brain. I mean, I'd hope there's a CIA in New York. Bezos is only a middle... Jeff doesn't fuck around. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to go to the literal thing we were just talking about, Jeff Bezos decided that he likes steroids. He was tired of me bullying him about looking like Elmo. And he decided that he was going to blow up Elmo in nuclear hellfire. And you know, while I don't necessarily approve of doing that to Elmo, what am I gonna do? Sometimes you just have to accept that your childhood friends are going to turn into the ashes of a million suns, and be sad. Bezos isn't natty. I mean, according to my friend, I'm not. I don't know how long I should continue with the Wellington's a member of the CIA bit, but according to my friends at the we'll throw Kaladin's intellectual contagion a bone. According to my friends at the Culinary Institute of America, you know, there's something a little funky in his sauce, let's say. A little mushroomy going on there. Yeah, Kaladin, I stole your intellectual property. No. I'm not saying you have anything to do with the CIA. I'm saying I stole your line. And you can't do anything, because you're not a member of the CIA. I've robbed you. You see, Kaladin's a member of the FBI. That's why we disagree on Vicky 3 mods. I'm very disappointed you didn't call it the Champagne Institute of America. You see, that would have been on brand. Blizzard blowing prepared champagne! Blizzard, why? How to feel about this now? I suppose we could probably do a number word analysis of how many times the word champagne has been uttered in chat today, and realize that the number is too damn high. Oh my god. Well, you know, if we think about it carefully, we could call this a form of reverse colonialism, right? So, if we say that using the term champagne is forcing the poor people of the world to use a non-native term, something that the French would agree you should never use a non-native term, you know, Blizzard is truly a hero of the international proletariat, or whatever the hell we call antis nowadays. Anti-colonialists? Revolutionary? Blizzard is Che Guevara? Or someone who's a more fashionable anti-colonial figure nowadays? Who is a fashionable, like, anti-colonial activist or human that does not involve either the Israel-Palestine conflict or what have you? Anything involving someone in the last 10 years. Oh, right, this is this place. Okay, what was the question? So, like, people point to Fidel Castro, or, Che Guevara as folks who are kind of, like, fashionable anti-colonial figures, because long since are the days where we cared about Juan Bolivar as a relevant person. But my question now is, does it literally say Panchea? Oh, that's dumb. Like, is there anyone more modern that doesn't involve, like, something that is currently actively ongoing? We don't have those anymore? Okay. Basically, I was searching for someone who exists that is boring enough that we can talk about. I think... I think Che Guevara and... I mean, did he insurrect in French colonies, causing the dissolution of the French Empire, Baron? If so, he would be in the category of people who I am thinking about, then, yes? I'm looking for someone who actually did something. Which then, if I were to say someone who actually did something, I'm not sure we could say that about Castro, because I'm not talking about boring economic imperialism. I mean, like, I mean an actual revolutionary. So we could say, like, Chiang or Mao, though I don't think we want to talk positively of Mao, given the fact that 70 million corpses lie at his feet. I thought we released them in sort of the same way we released the Philippines. One of our senators yelled at the king when he visited, "You committed genocide against our people." Yeah, but I was looking up lefting podcasts for someone I can't remember the name of, and one of the recommendations is Cuck Philosophy. My search history is polluted. Huh? Well, the thing is, this is what I mean. It is an anti-colonial message, but I think it's misused if we're saying that Charles personally did it. I'm not gonna defend Charles. I'm pretty sure he's a dick from everything I've heard, but did he perpetrate a genocide? I don't think he did. I'd be surprised if he did. I mean, it's always nice to see cloaks being used in modern day. It brings hope that we're living in a more fashionable timeline than we really ought.
Access granted.
Well, you say that, Rusty, but technically, per the criteria I have stated here, I'm not looking for someone necessarily relevant. Because we could quite literally be talking about the leader of Sealand, per my definitions here. I just don't want anybody controversial. This is too late in the stream for me to deal with someone who might give me a headache.
You seen them in the field though? Very impressive. Still takes 2 or 3 guys to move them. A mobile is mobile.
I saw some footage.
Senator Lydia Thorpe.
Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering restricted areas will result in termination and prosecution.
It is an interesting name. Regrettably, I do have to say, the name plus like the kangaroo cloak does kind of give her bad guy energy, which is unfortunate.
Cargo crew to Sector Alpha.
Cause like yeah. Cause it's like how do I say this? There are people who do things that, while well-meaning, end up being cringe. Like, there's a pog to cringe spectrum. It was a possum, not a roo.
Security credentials must be
So, like,
carried at all times.
how did she acquire the possums? Like, were they ethically sourced possums? Like, is she going to be having a pot of blood pudding thrown upon her by PETA? Because that's not very pog. I think the closer we move away from a PETA victory scenario, the better life is.
Security personnel. Please comply.
This is the dumbest thing ever. Is there anything I want to do over here? I don't think I did anything in Loading Bay 3. Then again, I am basically a twink character right now because we lost all our stats. Not my favorite place to be. I will look at the photo in a minute, but does she look like Gandalf? Does she have Gandalf energy in this photo? Because if so, this is a concerning callback. You know, in this image, this looks like something out of Game of Thrones. This looks like she's consolidating the first wizard empire. Is your character looking for a job at Hooters? We're not in a recession yet, Blobber.
Civilian contractors
The
must
Mayor
stay within
Emperor
designated
Palpatine.
areas. Entering restricted areas will
It's
result
like a
in
screenshot from an event in Vicky 3.
prostitution.
Damn. What's the reaction enhancement? I mean, we have to be supporters of equality. So, Blobber, who is your prime minister right now? Is it a dude? This is a very important question for reference to a joke I'm making. And apparently I'm too incompetent to Google it. Yes, thank you, it is Dude Man. Alright. Prepare, activate humor from neutral. I completely biff whatever the hell I'm talking. No, I mean, like, gender equality is really important. So if we're gonna, if you're considering asking asking the question you posed, it's important to ask the Australian Prime Minister if he has big naturals. Because, you know, Anthony Albanese, yeah, he could be a phony faker. Does he have big natural? Alright, so for anyone who wasn't here earlier, for somehow it was brought upon the world that there is a apparently thing involving Gandalf and Gandalf's big naturals. I haven't Googled it. I'm afraid to Google it. Don't Google it, because it's probably pornography. And while I'm not one to kink shame, generally, I do have to say, there are some things I have to categorize, quite literally legally, per the Wellington Constitution, as weird champ. And, regrettably, that is a weird champ vein of thought. Much like the Tesco's Power Chicken Hour, where you electrocute a chicken for an hour in order to have it fit inside of a Greg's meat wrap, is weird champ. How does a thing like that even come up on conversation? Well, it's coming up in conversation now because I'm very tired, or I'm nearing the end of my day to be more accurate, and I've given up on all level of decorum or cohesiveness in regards to speaking as a human. How it came up initially, you're gonna have to ask Marvin about that one.
Access granted.
Oh, God. We were talking about Ayn Rand. And good morning, Darth Air. I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, Kaladin missed the Ayn Rand conversation where we learned that it quite literally is Atlas Shrugged quite literally is definitionally suitable for Archive of Our Own, and is able to be categorized with the Lusty Argonian Maid. I think we've had enough of a variety of things today, one of which is indeed Ayn Rand. Yeah, no, Archive of Our Own is a website where people generally submit their fan fiction to, much of which isn't pornographic, but many of which are. And yeah. Yeah, no, I pulled up the I pulled up the not okay, not that word. I pulled up her TV tropes page for Atlas Shrugged, and I controlled F to sex. And that's when Bummer got in there, or arrived to view the stream. Which is, you know,
Geithner, any reason Burke's got a spare retinal prosthesis lying around his office?
He just received it this evening from the Tai Young Medical Corporation. HQ had a custom set made especially for him as a thanks for so many years of good service.
He's not beating the
Allegations.
allegations.
Realizes it's missing. Jensen out.
Listen, Bummer. If I'm ever not beating the allegations, I will flip to claiming to be a furry, and then I will get use those connections to get a mega lawyer, which is only available to the Furry Legion. Sometimes you gotta respect the hustle of kowtowing to a threat bigger than yourself. That was certainly a sentence. An inflated. Okay, no, calm down. We're not doing that. There are many things we can talk about on a given day. We're not talking about inflation theory of a certain variety. Who would you want to beat allegation? I would like to beat allegations. It's a very economic. You know, maybe I should just pretend I'm Seth Sazich. Then we could talk about these things all day long. I'm actually an African warlord, everybody. Something something trouser snake. Something something thank you to the Merchants Guild. Thank something something anime titties on screen. See, I'm a large language model that's been specifically trained on famed YouTuber Seth Sazich. Sazich Seth.
All quiet on this front. How about
Don't
you?
cancel me. Hey, people. See, the thing is, Kaladin, I'm good at making up my own distractions. We've already given up on the train of thought that I'm not beating the allegations. It only took me, ruining what's left of my honor. Which is fine, because I'm not Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender. I don't care. One could say that even makes me Katy Perry. If we want to go as so far. because of that one song that I think she sung. Or Pink. I actually don't know who. Some lady from the mid-2000s. I'll refrain. Uh-huh. Poe is a feminine ending. Embrace the allegations. Any press is good press. I mean, I suppose that's what we have learned from the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Bernie Sanders, Trump discovery we ascertained today. Sometimes there are deeper truths about the world that we need to involve ourselves in order to ascertain the truth and drive that engagement. On the bummer, you missed the entire part of the stream earlier where we were talking about different forms of existing on Twitch and whatnot, and click maxing and all that. And he won't give us any moment. Alright, if you show me how to moment, we'll moment for one and one time only, because I still don't understand what the fuck that is. And we can have Kaladin's statement here, clipped forever, about touching honesty, which, depending on how you grammaticize that, that sounds quite unfortunate. It's just a badge for being around at a certain timestamp or event. Okay, Kaladin, that's understandable. Alright, this is the second time I've been teased about this for not understanding how to use this platform. Enhance. No, that's Netanya. This is the lady. You. Alright. Well, to be fair, I haven't streamed in, like, a year and a half. How do I ruin my channel? Alright, if I look at pluses, add stream marker description, clip that. Ah. Wait, I already have clipped that. Let's clip that. No, that just makes me make a clip. How do I don't know why I'm bothered about something I'm never going to use on the channel. Oh, let me just type in moment. There's nothing here for moment. Make a clip of you trying to make a clip? I already did that, bummer. Oh, we've made the decision to shut down the Community Moments beta on October 5th, 2023 due to limited use from the Twitch community. Yeah, because it's idiotic. Alright. Well, I mean, you know, I love meta-commentary, and we just had a meta-commentary about meta-commentary involving the efficacy of Twitch. Well, I mean, there's nothing stopping me from saying, yo, chat, we have a moment here, yo! By the sound of it, Lizard, they were a horrible crime upon the dignity of Twitch chat, which, to be fair, is limited in 95% of Twitch. Listen, the only person allowed to lose their honor here is me, as I failed to remember where the shopping mall is. I have remembered where the shopping mall is. You're welcome, Kaladin.
Still alive, are you? What can I do for you?
I allegedly try and entertain people when I'm streaming, though I can never guarantee it. That's when we have a fake out. We haven't been playing Deus Ex all along. We're in fact playing Remy Wingding's adventures in the redacting the adjective I was going to use. I'm not using that adjective. I'll keep this because this seems like a thing. I mean, it takes a special kind of brain rot to be entertaining. I don't know if it's a thing you should wish for. Yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend trying to emulate what I do.
Satisfaction guaranteed.
I think I barely have the balance down between, like, having amusing brain rot and needing to be reported to the FBI or CIA or FSB or Mossad. Take your regional pick, or Interpol, for the crimes that my speech have committed on Twitch. Yeah, FBI is too busy, founding femboy hooters. Wait a second. How do we know that the FBI isn't Femboys International? There we go. I finally did it. I finally found an acronym that made me sadder than I could even possibly imagine. Alright, I should probably do the main quest. Oh no, Wick said Wake. We're secretly in the Remedy-verse now. Alan Wake's gonna pop out of the window and suddenly start yelling at his wife. For some reason. I no longer want to be entertained. So the furries were never involved. Well, I mean, I haven't really ever determined where Big Furry is. I know where Big Pharma is. I know where Big Bezos is. I don't know where Big Furry is. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. No. Wick, no. What would Lucky think of you if he heard you said that? Think of Lucky. What, Blobber? What does that mean? Alright. I'm not going to lie. Kaladin, I don't know you that well. But I will say something I can't comprehend is I could never comprehend you saying the word femboy on stream. So I'm doubtful of Blobber here. They're the communist ones, Welly? Femboyist literary Am I in the right reality? Have I been, like, isekai'd to, like, one of them reversed, like, realities where everything's terpsy-tavi? Was Marx a femboy in this timeline? Do I have to Google Karl Marx? We're Googling Karl Marx here. Karl Marx. No, he's still a very bearded old man who... I want to say... stocky? I'm in the correct timeline. I think I'm being gaslit right now. I think that's... Okay. This train is so far off the rails, it's a submarine. The stream is so far off the rails, it's a submarine.
Activating security scan.
Alright. Blizzard, you've hurt my soul.
Biometric data assembled. Access granted.
I don't think there's anything. I think this is it. I think Lizard has officially canceled Wellington. I don't think we can do any better than that. I think we should just pack up streaming now. I'll just delete my channel, delete everything. No more Wellington. We've reached peak. Just downhill from now.
Yeah, he's got a hard on for this content.
Hell yeah, someone's fighting. Oh no 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 no. At least they're still alive. Are you gonna notice the corpse? Oh, how did you remote the alarm? See, much like Oblivion needed the Psychic Guards mod reduction, we need the removal of Psychic Guards from this video game. And, you know, in that one sport known as fencing, that'd be known as a double. Alright, I think we've reached peak Wellington is no longer cohesive. I think Twitch chat has lost their ish. I think I've lost my ish. Just have 5 gold chips in their heads, yeah. Or 5G, you know what? I have Morrowind and Oblivion on the mind, Baz. And I thought that was gold pieces. This seems pretty normal Wellington stream. I think this is pretty bad for a Wellington stream. I think we said Femboy probably about 75% more than normal today. Each one of those ships is worth 5 drakes? What universe is a drake from? Good morning, Bummer? Listen. Oh, I do suppose that is what they called the gold, isn't it? Alright. Right, I need to figure out who's streaming and do a thing. It looks like FG's or Alpha. There is Cal and FG's. The Caledon is beginning a stream. And there's Franconian. Alpha ended. Okay. Well, since it's relevant for tomorrow... Yeah, this is truly chaotic. It'll depend on what game everybody's playing and the spirit of continuity. Tomorrow, by which I mean the next stream we have of Deus Ex, which will be tomorrow, we will be doing another long play vote, because I'm quite confident we're going to finish the game in that time, because we only have the rest of this subterranean region, and then 2 more locations, which I think we can get done in about 6 or 7 hours. Well, we voted for this, Lizard. I'll probably post in Wellycord what the options are going to be, but the options as I'm imagining now is Remedyverse, by which I mean Alan Wake, Quantum Break, Control, Alan Wake 2. I might make that just Alan Wake. I think committing the 4 games back to back to back to back probably will be the end of me, no matter how curious I am. So we'll say Alan Wake for now. Silent Hill 1. Um, Depending on my mood, I might add in Deus Ex, Mankind, Six Divided. Um, I might do Kingdom Come Deliverance. Actually, you know what? No, I played too much Kingdom Come. I'll add it into the next round. And we'll take a look at my list for the remaining two as I pull up stream ideas and then do Green Man. So, Silent Bill, Alan Bake, we doing... Oh! Clock Tower, right. Clock Tower, Silent Hill, Alan Wake, and I'll throw in two other potential ones that I haven't considered yet. Or something. Alrighty. So, Paladin is doing PK3. FG's is that... Is Alpha over? Alpha is over. Everybody's over. Alright, we'll read into Kaladin. As always, thank you all for joining us here today, and I hope everybody has a wonderful morning, noon, or night, and see you next time. He said too early as we have to wait for this. Oh, I'm raiding into the wrong Kaladin? I'm just about to raid into a dead channel. Alright. Give me one moment. Alright, editorially correct now. And... Bye-bye.